Excuse me. Sorry about that. I mean to cough in your face. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. Hope you all doing well out there. Happy Friday. Yeah, I got a... spent the big bucks on this. It's a Stream Deck XL, and it's got all sorts of cool stuff in it. It's got music and sound effects and all sorts of crazy things. I'm still trying to learn it, but yeah, I think it had that music in it, so I thought that was cool. Wanted to just quickly say a big thank you to Pale Horse Rider for the super chat. That's really kind and generous of you. Thank you, my friend. Says thanks for being you, and thank you for being you. All right, so we are going to get into the near-death experience of David Bennett, and this one's another wild one, so buckle up. As you can see in the title, he is beckoned. He's had multiple experiences, actually, and one of them was due to a drowning during a severe storm in California off the coast there. And then another one is he gets lung and bone cancer, for Christ's sake, after that, later on. And it's just, his wife had a premonition of his accident, thought he was going to die. And then he even got to redo his life review after the near-death experience. So there's a lot in this one, and I think it's a great case. Just so you know, the first roughly hour is going to be dedicated to his experience, and then the second part is going to be a question and answer session that he did with an IANS group. So, all right, let's get rolling. Oh, really quickly wanted to say our for Last Timers Club members, levels 2 and higher, our monthly members live stream will be next Sunday, the 31st. So July 31st at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So just wanted to make sure that was out there. Okay. Lost myself here. Come on. Sorry about this. Give me this whole intro. Now I don't even have the window popping up properly. There we go. Okay, that should do it. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go.
We have the good fortune of having David Bennett be our speaker. He is a major domo at the IANS, and he has had a fantastic background and experience. He was a young commercial diver in his youth, and one night he was caught in a violent storm off the coast of California, and he drowned. While technically dead, he met beings of light. He relived his life and peeked into his future. Just an incredible experience for him. And later he discovered he had 4 lung and bone cancer so advanced that his spine collapsed miraculously. And I personally attribute some of that to his experience, and because quite a few people who have had NDEs have overcome major illnesses. Anyway, he survived once again. There he is. So these brushes with death taught him even more about living and loving and how to find purpose in his life. So with that, I turn the floor over to you. Oh, and if you would all turn off your speakers, it will help the transmission for David. Thank you. You're on, Dave.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Jack, Tina, and Bethany. Thank you so much for inviting me. I really been looking forward to meeting your group and speaking here tonight. Yeah, I do work for IANS now as a volunteer. We're all volunteers anyway, but I help coordinate all of the groups internationally. So it's almost a full-time job. It keeps me very busy and off the streets, you might say, which isn't a bad thing these days, right? With things that are going on in the world right now. But my story started back in 1983. I was the chief engineer of the research vessel Aloha. We did underwater exploration. And I can tell you, it was my dream job. I loved it. I was able to combine my background in engineering and in diving, and it just, it was everything I wanted in a job. And in March of 1983, we were evaluating a submarine, a new remote operated submarine, an ROV. And the weather, the weather was turning bad, and we saw on that we had a big storm coming in. And so we started heading in to try to get into the harbor. And the harbor master wouldn't let us in because we were still a few miles out. And he said that they had 25 to 30 footers at the breakwater. So with our ship, he was afraid that we would bottom out trying to get into the harbor. So he refused entry to our port. So we figured we would just stay off station. About 2 miles. We stayed about 2 miles off station where we didn't, we were just in the big rollers, but we weren't We weren't in anything too bad. And and so we had an engineer, one of the design engineers for the ROV was on board, and he needed to get down to LAX. And so we decided to put the Zodiac, one of those rubber craft that you see, the Marines use them for landing craft and stuff like that. It's a very durable craft, and we used to use it to retrieve our submarines in heavy seas. So it wasn't anything we were nervous about or anything like that. But the captain asked if I would go. Normally, I wouldn't go on these little excursions because I'm the chief engineer and I stay pretty much on the ship until we're in port. But this time we were out.
So right away, we see some potential issues. I normally don't go on these, but I went. Boy, could smell the life script. Smell that?
Out and we were evaluating these ROVs. So we didn't have a full crew. And we had, and the mates on board weren't that familiar with the harbor. And so the captain asked me to go in with the mate to get the boat into the harbor and back out to the ship. Well, we knew that it was rough because what the harbor master told us. So we went down the boatswain's locker, actually got our life vests, which I can say on our ship, nobody ever wore life vests. We were all either commercial divers. We spent all our time on the sea, under the sea, so nobody ever wore life vests. And these life vests were left over. We had to beat the dirt off them. They were so old and been sitting in the boatswain's locker so long. And they were old World War II Mae West life vests. So we donned on our Mae West.
Boy, they're really taking good care of him, huh? And his crew.
We jumped in the Zodiac after we took a bearing on the harbor and the harbor buoy. We started heading in. Oops, sorry. And you have to realize this is at nighttime. So the only thing we could take a bearing on was the harbor buoy. So we would go up on the top of a roller and we would look and spot the buoy. Then we'd ride down and back up through the trough and back up the other side and do it all over again. But the problem was the wind was blowing really hard and so visibility was really poor. But also the harbor buoy is going up and down with the wave state, and we're rolling up and down. And you can imagine it wasn't very long. We lost track of the buoy. So we figured the shoreline was all lit up, that we would just make a beach landing. And we would get this engineer into the harbor one way, by hook or by crook. We would get him into the harbor and get him so that he could get down to LAX. Well, we got along, and about a mile offshore, we ran into a breaker zone. And we actually drove off of a 30-footer and fell. And I yelled at the mate, because I was in the bow trying to navigate, trying to get our bearing. And the mate was at the console driving. And so I asked him to, turn it about. Let's get back out to sea. We're a lot safer out there than being in the middle of a breaker zone. And just as he got us turned about, the next one came right down on top of us. And it folded the Zodiac in half like a peanut butter sandwich. I was in the bow, and it catapulted me into the sea. And I was tumbled and tossed like a rag doll. Well, I've spent thousands of hours as a commercial diver, so I wasn't all that concerned at the time, because I thank goodness we put on these life vests, right? And so I'm hanging on to Mae West, and I'm trying to protect myself because it's just battering me. It's just tumbling and tossed. I'm being just thrown all over. And so I had totally lost my orientation as to where the surface was. So I couldn't, there wasn't anything I could do but just ride it out and wait, and hold my breath. Now I know, because we used to play with this sort of stuff as commercial divers, I knew I could hold my breath about 3 minutes, which is a long time. Try holding your breath for 3 minutes. And so I reached that point where, you start to feel euphoric, and eventually I drown. I popped out of my body and went into this absolute darkness. And in this darkness, it was suddenly quiet. There wasn't a roaring sea. I was comfortable. The water in California comes down from the north. It's very cold, especially in March. And, I wasn't cold anymore. It's quiet. I feel like I'm just suspended in nothing. But I didn't feel like I was alone. I felt like there was this greater presence present with me. It was, and so I was curious, because in commercial diver training, we go through oxygen deprivation training so that we understand what it's like to feel that euphoria and all that sort of thing. Well, this is way beyond anything I'd experienced in my training. So I was curious, where am I? What is this? And then I saw this prick of light. We've all heard about the light. Here's a group that talks about it all the time. So speaking to the choir. But I saw
here we go.
this light, and I felt like I was moving toward it. It wasn't a tunnel or anything like that. It just felt like movement toward this light. And as I got closer, the light appeared to me like all these fragments of light.
So he's getting more curious, obviously. He's in a void-like state. And, it's peaceful, it's fine. And now, we're headed to a shit show.
Like movement toward this light. And as I got closer, the light appeared to me like all these fragments of light. And they were all moving kind of in unison, like they were of one mind. And there were millions upon millions of these fragments of light. And they went on, and they were infinite. It just went on. And I kept getting closer and closer and closer to this great grand light. And they were all moving and swirling together. If you've ever seen like a bunch of like sardines where they swim together and they move in unison and they refract the light, it was very much like that. And it was mesmerizing, and I was in awe of this. And as I kept getting closer,
it was mesmerizing. I was in awe of it. What's mesmerizing? Oh, I'm in awe. Like, he's being lured in. He's being hypnotized.
I started feeling these waves, these just embracing waves of love. And
here comes the love bomb.
I felt like I was,
and he's saying waves, so like it's like we talked about before, it's like an energy pulse being emitted, but it's ridiculously powerful and overwhelming and draws people in like no tomorrow.
Love. And I felt like I was being wrapped in this warm embrace of love. And I can honestly say I was in gaga awe of all this. And then 3 of the fragments broke away, and they came toward me. And as they did, they emanated this understanding of welcome home. And to this day, I still get choked up thinking about how welcoming they were and how natural it felt. It felt like the most natural thing in the world. Well, eventually a dozen of these light beings came, broke away from the light to greet me. And
a dozen
and welcoming me home. And it was, my heart was as open as it could possibly be. And I tried to look at myself, and when we're outside of our body, the way we perceive and the way our consciousness is able to see. It was like my vision popped away from me and was looking back at myself, and I could see that I was transforming into a fragment of light as well. And they all beckoned me, and we went into the light.
Beckoned him. They've all beckoned him.
Come to the light. Come on, David. We're waiting for you.
Deeper into this mass of fragments of light, into this area that felt like a giant sphere. And once we entered the sphere, the 12 light beings, who I call my soul family. It's easier than saying light beings all the time. But my soul family. I recognize this group. I recognize this soul family as beings, not so much that I had lived in this life with. There were a couple there that I had lived in this life with, but they were more of a family than anything I'd experienced in this life. In this life, I'd had a very dysfunctional childhood growing up. I was thrown from one family to another.
Okay, before he gets into that, I think it's really important to say that this is another common thing we see from time to time, how people are familiar with beings that they have a connection with. Doesn't necessarily, like exactly like he said, they didn't necessarily incarnate with him in this existing incarnation that he's going through, but they know who they are. They have a connection. And then the offshoot of research we can go off of course, is past life regression, the life between lives, the pre-birth memories, and even other NDEs and breakthrough trip reports who experience similar things where they're with beings that they know they have a ridiculous connection or bond or inner knowing that they have been with them before. And we all have these soul groups. That's ridiculously evident in the research that's been presented on the channel. You can check out the book commentaries, Michael Newton, if you'd like, Destiny of Souls and Journey of Souls, to get further information on just how deep all this goes. And if we're all kind of intermingling and connected with this soul group, and we have a huge loving and caring approach with them, they are part of our attachments. What that does is it keeps us rooted in this whole experience, this whole matrix experience. And the objective is to withdraw all those at the time of death so that you can escape and not have to reincarnate or deal with any horse shit ever again.
The next and the next. And I never really felt like I belonged anywhere. And suddenly this group who were loving me, supporting me, felt more like family than anything I'd ever experienced before in my life.
More than family, more like family than anything he's experienced in his entire life. What do we hear all the time with people who just talk about the light in general? You know, it's the most love they've ever felt. It feels like home. You know, he said those words, you know, it's love, it's home, it's natural, it's this, it's that. And, you know, I empathize greatly with David. He clearly had a crappy childhood, being tossed around from house to house or family to family. That's no way to grow up. And, you know, he admitted that because of that, he was more hardened as an adult and I guess you could say more cutthroat, you know?
And so we started, once we entered the spherical area, we started to relive my life. And I have to say, it was in a chronological order, pretty much. It was like reliving my life, but it was also from multiple points of view. It was like everyone I'd ever interacted with, I was visioning this life through their perspective. It was like my consciousness fragmented into these multiple streams of consciousness, and I could observe this from all these different views all at the same time. It was incredibly awe-inspiring, incredibly humbling, but to be able to watch your life from other people's perspective.
Now, this is very common, a proven data point through the leading NDE researchers out in the field that, you have a life review, you will live life experiences that you've had through the persons or persons that you have been with before. And might not feel so good all the time. This is where kind of the judgment and the sinning aspect come into play. Even though, yeah, you can live the good times, just think about we're dealing with a group of beings, and listen to what else he's going to say here.
Now, I kind of mentioned I had a pretty dysfunctional life. Well, I was a brash young man, and my philosophy up until my near-death experience was you cut your swath through life and survive, because I didn't really feel that anybody was looking out for me in my life growing up or even after. And that philosophy served me well. I became the chief engineer of this research vessel. I was very, very self-centered and egotistic about everything. When I say self-centered, I mean I was self-centered. I really didn't care what other people thought or what they did. I was not really a nice guy, you might say. And so but my soul family were experiencing this life with me just like I was. And so I was I would have to say I was ashamed. It's kind of interesting that when we pass over to the other side, we bring, I think it's part of I think death is a transition. I believe that that what we go through, and this is my belief, it doesn't feel right to you, don't wear it. But what I experienced felt like I had to go through all of this to kind of get rid of my humanity, more or less, as I transitioned back into my totality of a light being.
Okay, so, leave your human behind, but being guilt tripped, going through the whole life review process. You have 12 entities chilling, hanging around, overlooking the process. I mean, doesn't that seem a little much? It's a little much. First off, you shouldn't even be in this scenario, because the path to sovereignty and liberation means do not interact with these things. Do not even make it to the light. If you find yourself going towards the light, down the tunnel or whatever, you see that light, don't interact. Use your intention to get out of that scenario, because as a powerful creator being, this is something you can do.
And so I still felt a lot of emotion about my soul family having to view some of the more unsavory things that I did in my life. But then I also got to see where I did some things where I just did it with loving intention. I wasn't looking for anything. And those interactions in my life were the ones that created some of the biggest ripples. And it was phenomenal. It was phenomenal to me to see how our actions can affect people, and then it can go beyond them to other people and that sort of thing.
Very common. See this all the time in NDEs, how it's like this ripple effect. They don't necessarily always use the same word. We've heard that used before, but they're saying the same thing. That, what I did here has ripple effects across the whole matrix, and blah, 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 and it picks this one and this one and this one. So feel guilty, feel shamed. And, you're about to die. And just so you know, you didn't meet the graduation qualifications. You've earned a 0.0. And you're going to have to go back to Earth and figure it out again. Sorry.
And
Bye-bye.
So that's what I meant by ripples. You could see these after effects of our actions. You know, like for every action, there is an equal reaction. But when it was done with love, the reaction was greater than the initial action. And so my soul family was with me. They were just loving me through it, no matter what the circumstances were that we were observing. And then I finally reached this one point where I was no longer, I'd gone past my drowning and death, and I was looking at parts of my life that I hadn't yet lived. And it was a little disoriented. I didn't quite understand what was going on. My soul family just loved me. They supported me. They buoyed me up with love, and we continued. But there was a stark difference between what I had lived was absolutely crystal clear, and all of the multiple visions through everyone else's perspective, that was all crystal clear. But when I got to the past that threshold of where I had died into my future, it was like I was looking down a corridor, and everything in the main corridor was pretty clear, but there was a periphery that was like out of focus unless I would turn my attention, and then it would start to clear. So
I think that's interesting, right? So he's got some distortion on the sides, but as soon as he puts his attention in a certain angle, a certain area, a certain angle, all of a sudden it becomes clear.
Proceeded down this corridor, I got to see all these different things that I had no reference to. What the fuck? And eventually we reached a point where the light itself, all these millions upon millions of fragments of light, said to me, "This is not your time. You must return."
Bruh.
I said, "No way. I'm not going back. I'm feeling love like I've never been felt before. I have a family that I never knew I had. And that body is just cold and unattractive. Just was totally unattractive to me. I did not want to go back to that body. And so I argued with what I perceived as God.
I argued with what I perceived was God. How often we hear this? I just, I knew it was Jesus. I knew it was God. I knew it was this one. I knew it was that one. I just knew. Or what I perceived to be. I mean, by him saying what he perceived, doesn't that kind of like leave a little wiggle room? But I mean, you could also, there's plenty of people who are definitive, absolutely definitive. And, what he's saying is still pretty close to that. But it just begs the question, right? Like, what if it's not? What if it's not? What if this whole, just the whole experience that we have here on Earth is the biggest inversion shit show you can possibly walk into. And immediately, right after we die, we're supposed to go to the light, and it's bombing us with love, and we're going through the life review, and we're reuniting this and that, and then all of a sudden, knock, knock, time to go back to Earth. Or maybe you didn't ascend properly. You didn't, learn your lesson. So, you still got another 5,000 lifetimes to go to learn empathy and blah, 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 blah. And on and on and on. When does it end? When does think about how many times we've been hoodwinked here. But it's impossible that the light isn't like that, right? It's impossible that this whole thing cannot be a big deception. It couldn't be more obvious, in my opinion, what's going on, and many people listening. But what I'm trying to do is get through to the people who are new to the channel or just coming across this information, because this is the most important topic of our existence. And the evidence is overwhelming. So if you're new, all I'm saying is just please hang in there with me. I promise in time, if you just go through enough of this and then you do your own research as well, and that's highly encouraged, that you'll come out the other end seeing this. It might take a year or two, might maybe take a few months. I don't know. It depends how much time you have available and things you've looked into. But please, please, please don't let this slip by you. Because once you see it, it can't be unseen. Classic, digging for any truth. So sorry about the ramble. Let's go.
Unity of all these beings to me was God. And so the light spoke again. And this time it said, you must return. You have a purpose. Bruh. And when that it's not so much a word as much as an understanding of purpose. It seems so simple, so efficient. It's kind of interesting when we're outside of our body, our consciousness expands, and it's like we're connected to all the souls that ever were and all the souls that ever will be. And so we have this grander sense of consciousness. And when that understanding of purpose was projected into me, I knew, and with it, and I understood it. And it, like I said, it was so simple, so efficient that I came and totally accepted it.
It was just everything made sense. It was perfect. It just lined up. And even though I was, just like a few minutes ago saying, God, I don't want to go back. What the hell? All of a sudden it made sense. All of a sudden. Remember, he's like, I don't have any desire to go back to that body. But all of a sudden, Grand Pumbaa God steps in, and supposedly everything has changed, everything's cool, and then he comes back. It's just like, come on.
And when I came to acceptance, I found myself outside my body, watching it still in the ocean, being tumbled and tossed. And I mean, it was looking pretty rough. And the three original soul family members that greeted me were with me. They were like behind me and off to each side. And we were all observing my body as it was being, tumbled and tossed in the ocean. Well, some of the wreckage from the Zodiac came right up to my body, and when it did, the bow line of the Zodiac wrapped itself around my arm, and the bitter end was tapping my lifeless chest. And I was watching this, and I was thinking, how is the enormity of me, this being that I am, how is it going to fit in there? And so I was just, I was kind of watching that when all of a sudden another set of waves hit the Zodiac, and it popped the Zodiac up so that it cinched that rope around my arm, and it dislocated my thumb and my shoulder, and it pulled my body up to the surface. And I got all tangled up in the wreckage with the lines and everything. And again, I'm still outside my body observing this.
So you remember, he's like, how can I possibly fit in? How could all of me, this superior, amazing creator being, get put into this? It's a logical question. Excuse me. It's just not natural. That's why. It's not natural. This is an inorganic vessel that is suppressing us in every step of the in every sense of the word. And then when we're just dying, at the time of natural death, we're coming out and like, oh man, I'm finally free, and boom, they just come after you right away, trying to get you to come back and go to the light. That's the number one objective, over and over and over. And of course, we can go right into deathbed visions and visitations. All these data points prove time and time again the fuckery that is going on here. And that we just need to transcend all this. We need to say enough is enough and stand up for ourselves with sovereignty and liberation as our guiding force. No ifs, ands, or buts. You know, the way I see it is like, even if all this is wrong, it can't hurt, right? Hey, the light can wait for you. It doesn't need you to go and make some instantaneous decision like it wants you to. And grandma and grandpa and Jesus and God, they'll all come visit you on your deathbed or right as you're on your way out and say, oh, come with us, honey. We got to go to the light. You know, I mean, just get out of here. Okay. It does not have to be rushed. And the reason why it is so fast and sometimes even happening before you've even left your freaking body is because they want you to consent. They want you to use your intention, your creator being abilities to go with them. Not going to fly, at least with me.
And again, I'm still outside my body observing this. And you know, and I'm not feeling anything. I'm just watching this all happen. And another set hit me in the wreckage, and it pushed my body up against the Zodiac and in this wreckage. And when it did, it pushed some of that salt water out of my lungs.
Wow. So doesn't that seem awfully scripted? Just saying. Seems awfully scripted. Like it just so happens that, you know, he gets pushed up against that, you know, all the salt water gets out, and well, it just so happens that it lines up with when he's going back into his body. And if he didn't say it already, he's going to say that, you know, we lost it for 15 minutes. His friends couldn't find him for 15 minutes. There have been people who have been dead for longer than that and have somehow come back. So it defies, I mean, I can't say definitively in his case, but in a number of cases I've reviewed, it's clear that, you know, what medical science says, like, oh, if you're out for blah, blah, blah minutes, then you'll be brain dead. You know, or there's no chance in coming back. That is absolutely not true. It's complete horseshit. There are so many cases that defy any logic. Now, they might come back all a little screwed up. Some of them come back like purple and cold, like really cold. Actually, a lot of them come back cold, but you know, some of them even come back purple, where like they're almost on the verge of rigor mortis and shit. I mean, what? So all this stuff, but they're fine. They're completely fine. Can't say in every case, but a number of the ones that I have reviewed, heck, if you're getting near-death experience testimonies, then they got to be pretty damn lucid and capable to talk to us, right? They're not exactly hooked up to machines, you know, for the rest of their lives. All right, anyways, that's my
body
rant.
up against the Zodiac and in this wreckage. And when it did, it pushed some of that salt water out of my lungs.
How convenient.
When that happened, that's when my soul family gave me a nice gentle push.
Nice and gentle, nice and gentle. They just with love. gentle slam back into the meat suit.
When that happened, that's when my soul family gave me a nice gentle push. And I just found myself kind of.
Are you ready to go back, David? Are you ready? Here you go, back into the meat suit.
Vibrating back into my body. I like to say dying is tough, but coming back to life is even harder. We were still a mile offshore.
Ugh.
The waves were still crashing, and I was having a hard time keeping my head above the surface. I kept going under, and I'm expelling salt water. But I heard my mates that were in the Zodiac with me, one of them had held onto a flashlight, of all things, in the middle of this night. He had held onto a flashlight.
Think about that. Of all the things the guy has held on to is a flashlight. And then like what the wife says is even more interesting, but you know, just hear it out.
Flashlight, of all things, in the middle of this night, he had held onto a flashlight. And so they had rallied around him in this flashlight. And my wife likes to say, yeah, they all went to that light, you went to the other light. But
I mean, I think that's kind of funny. But I mean, why the hell is the guy holding the flashlight? I mean, you're in utter chaos, and the guy's got a flashlight. I mean, God bless him if he could. Well, Archon bless him if, you know, if he's able to hold on to it. I mean, I guess if you're looking for your friends and you're in the middle of this, it helps. But you know, still, just kind of strange with the wife's comments. But you know, don't dig too deep in it. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it, but so let's just throw that one away.
I could hear them, but if you've ever breathed in and swallowed salt water, you don't have much of a voice. So I kind of squeaked and squawked, and they eventually found me. These guys were the heroes of the night to me because they had stayed on station in these 25 to 30 foot breakers looking for me. They had spent this time. They had all rallied together, took a head count. They knew that I was the one that was missing. They stayed there looking for me, putting their own lives in jeopardy. Well, we all rallied together around this wreckage, and we used that flotation as a way to head in, and we swam that mile with a dislocated shoulder and a thumb.
Can you believe that? He just died, has an NDE, goes through this whole experience, gets pushed back. I mean, he doesn't even get a recovery period. He's got a freaking dislocated shoulder and a broken thumb. And he's got to swim a mile. What in the hell? It's just like, wow.
On this wreckage, and we used that flotation as a way to head in, and we swam that mile with a dislocated shoulder and a thumb. But I kept feeling like I was going under. And so when we're back from the light, I've talked to a lot of experiencers over the years, and they've expressed kind of the same thing. You feel like you're half here and half there. You still have a connection to that expansive consciousness, although it's slowly diminishing. But I knew because I couldn't stay up, I knew there was something wrong with my life vest. And so I looked at it and I popped it open, and it turns out the inner lining had dry rotted, and the fiber filling had become super saturated with salt water. And it was what actually was bringing me down instead of.
It was a World War II life vest. A WW2 life vest. I mean, again, like this guy's working for like some major thing, and they give him some busted up WW2 life preservers, and it's going against him. The guy's got a freaking dislocated shoulder, a broken thumb, just came out of an NDE. Now he's got a faulty freaking life vest that's working against him. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. I mean, this is the Matrix working overtime to make sure that David makes it back.
Instead of, bringing me back to the surface. So I took the life vest off and it just sunk, and it made it much easier for me to stay afloat and for us to swim that mile into the shore.
It just sunk.
That night was, it was tough. It was really tough. But I was grappling, and because again, I felt like I was half here, half there. But the thing that was really puzzling me was, now that I'm back in my body, you feel dense, you feel heavy, you feel confined. You know, you don't have that expansiveness of and liberation that you feel in the light. And so, and another thing, when you lose that.
All right, let's just get one little detail clear. Again, you know, David, if you're listening to this, I didn't give the standard warning that, you know, I mean no offense, I just don't agree with the whole system that's going on, and I completely believe your experience, but as far as what's going on here, no. So just hear this out.
The thing that was really puzzling me was, now that I'm back in my body, you feel dense, you feel heavy, you feel confined. You know, you don't have that expansiveness of and liberation that you feel in the light.
Okay, expansiveness and liberation. Yeah, I mean, how many people say this? I mean, that they felt freer than free. They it's like their organic self, and then when they come in here, they're all squished and confined and like trying to make sense of it and adjust. And then there's a whole adjustment period with this too. And it's just, there's nothing liberating about this light. I'm sorry. It's fake liberation. True liberation is rooted in sovereignty and non-interference, refusing to interact with any of this crap because it's just too freaking dangerous to be messing around with this stuff. That's how I look at it. It's like, I'm not trying to cast fear. I'm not some fear monger at all. All I'm saying is be rooted in sovereignty, liberation, and non-interference, and see what the hell happens. Create your own realm and give yourself some quote unquote time, even though time doesn't exist over there from what we understand. The point is don't submit. Don't just take the easy way out. Because again, remember, everything's inverted here. So why, and we know there are deceptive entities. We know that there are deceptive people here. So can we just be roaming around? Is it totally out of the question that the light that gives all this love and that great grandpa appears and mommy and daddy and you know, Auntie Jane and Uncle Jimbo and whoever the hell else shows up, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, you pick it, God itself, maybe, just maybe, none of those things are what they claim to be. Just play it safe. That's all I'm saying. Just play it safe. You can always go to the light if you want to, but just play it safe.
And so, and another thing, when you lose that direct connection, I was trying to recall the purpose, you know, like purpose. What is this purpose? And it felt like it was just drifting away from me, and I couldn't quite grasp.
There's a memory wipe just drifting away. Just drifting away, the memory wipe working its magic.
What I knew when I was in the light. And so...
I mean, isn't that a problem too? All these NDEs say, oh, I was all knowing. I knew the answer to everything. I knew everything. But then they come back and like, yeah, like they know some stuff. But, you know, they, in the grand scheme of things, they really don't know much. They don't. I'm sorry. They may think they do. They may feel like they had the answers to everything. But if most of them will be completely honest and say that, like him, like, you know, it faded away. They forgot. They were asking the big questions. They got the answers. They knew they were the right answers. And remember, they're asking for answers. They don't know the answers based off of experience and coming from within. They are always receiving, asking for answers, and in turn feel like they have it all. But of course it's overpowered by this love bomb and you know, God and whoever and the deceased family member showing up, or the pets or whatever.
When we finally did get home that night, there's a whole lot of things in the book that talk about that night, but there was a lot of things that happened when we got to the beach and when we, but when I arrived home, when I finally got home, I just died, came back. I look like a zombie, to tell you the truth, because I had the only thing I had left on, I didn't have any shoes. I didn't have my boots. My shirt was gone. All I had was my pants, and my pockets of my pants were like sandbags. The sea had been so turned up that it had just filled everything. My ears were packed with sand, my eyes, everything. I mean, everything was just packed with sand. And so I'm standing outside my door, and I'm actually in shock, I'm sure. And I'm looking at the door and I'm thinking, if I go in like this, my wife's going to kill me. And so I just start taking my pants off and stuff in front of the door. Well, my wife was awake, and this is like probably 4:00 in the morning at this time. And she's actually awake because she had a dream that disturbed her. She dreamed that I had died.
Boom. Wife gets a premonition that he died. Come on. I mean, come on. Hello, Life Script. Hello, Matrix.
And I didn't know this. And I'm kind of in shock. And so she hears a disturbance outside the door. She looks through the people, and she opens the door and like, what are you doing? And drags me in. But the minute she touched me, she could feel my body temperature. I was hypothermic, and my body temperature had dropped incredibly. And so she fortunately had enough, she'd done some training in nursing. So she took me into the bathtub, put me in there, and she started putting in actually she said was cool to lukewarm water. And I thought she was trying to scald me to death. It was just, but while this was going on, I tried to say, hon, I think I died. And when I did that, it just brought up all the fear from her dream. And she figured I was in shock. And so she smacked me a couple times. And I thought, wow, I can't talk to her about this. I really didn't feel like I could share this with her. And I didn't feel like I could share it with my mates on the ship, because we did, back in the early 80s, we did a lot of dangerous stuff with undersea exploration. And in fact, we couldn't even get insurance because nobody would insure commercial divers in those days. And so death was kind of a taboo subject. It was something that we just didn't talk about. But the guys were very curious about what happened to you. You were gone a good, 15, maybe 18 minutes. And we were looking for you a long time. And I didn't feel like I could share it with them. So I kind of tried to hide from it. I tried to cover it up. So I would say things like, oh, Neptune spit me back, or things like that. I just, and they were okay with that because they had faced their own mortality that night. They had faced death that night too, but not to the extreme that I went through. Or at least I don't know. But the thing that really was amazing was when I came back, I suddenly could see auras. And my engineer brain, I used to see things in black and white, and suddenly I'd been thrust into this experience that was multicolored and totally.
See, I mean, just listen.
Was amazing.
Got to take a break soon, just so you know, guys.
But the thing that really was amazing was when I came back, I suddenly could see auras.
Now, this is something that I've heard other NDEers say. They can see auras and they can kind of get a feeling for how someone, if they're having a good day, a bad day, or if they're maybe have loving tendencies versus violent tendencies, or they're angry or sad or happy or joyful, whatever.
my engineer brain, I used to see things in black and white, and suddenly I'd been thrust into this experience that was multicolored and totally disrupted my worldview of how things worked. And now I'm back and trying to live my life, and I start seeing auras immediately upon my return. And I didn't even know what an aura was. I just called them life force energies because they were just in everything. Rocks, the beach, the sand, the ocean was amazing. Palm trees were phenomenal. And so I didn't know what this was, and it kind of freaked me out. And then what was more astounding was when I would look at someone and look in their eyes, I could see their fragment of light. I could see their light essence. And it felt intrusive to me. It felt like, oh, I shouldn't be looking at that. Unless they give me permission to do that, I should not be. So I couldn't. And I used to be one of those kind of guys that was in your face all the time. And I'd be staring you down left and right. And suddenly I couldn't look somebody in the eyes because I would see their light. I would see their essence. And so all of this just kind of freaked me out. The experience, these sudden after effects. And I just wanted my old life back. And so I took what I thought I could accept. And that was, I took 3 things from the experience.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry to cut it off there. We'll get to that when we get back. I do have to take a quick 5-minute break, and we will see each other shortly. Thanks for hanging there, my friends. And be right back. Sorry about the extended break there. Took a little bit longer. Dog need to go out. So, all right. So let's continue on with David Bennett's NDE.
Effects. And I just wanted my old life back. And so I took what I thought I could accept. And that was, I took three things from the experience. Acceptance of myself. After having a profound life review, you suddenly know who you are. And so I could accept, okay, this is who I am here and now. I need to do a lot of work on myself. I realize that, but I can start doing that now. And so acceptance of myself. And then tolerance. Like I said, I was so self-involved before the experience, but now I could see that everybody has their path in life and their choices in life. And even the circumstances that we find ourselves in, a lot of times, I never would accept the circumstances I was in. I was always looking on where I was going in the future. I never looked behind. I was always looking forward as to what I wanted and where I was going to go and how I was going to get there. So suddenly I could be tolerant of the situation, of the people that crossed my path. I may not agree with what somebody is doing or what their choices are, but it's their choices, it's their life. I could be tolerant of that. And so acceptance and tolerance. And then the third thing that I took was truth. I've realized in this that each and every one of us, our hearts recognize a truth that doesn't always fall along the lines of factual, okay, or black and white, okay. There's a lot more color to the truth in our heart, and we recognize these truths for me, it's like when my heart expands when I recognize a truth. And so, and this was a little harder concept for my engineer brain to kind of wrap around, but this was what I started working with: acceptance, tolerance, and truth. The rest of the near-death experience, I tried to forget, I tried to put it behind me, and I would just focus on that. But then also I started getting these downloads of information, and and I would know things suddenly, and it wasn't something that I'd learned in school. It wasn't something I experienced in life. So it was like, where is this coming from? And so, like a good engineer, I would test it to see how viable this information is. And by golly, I mean, this, it was right on. When I would get one of these knowings, these understandings, it was absolutely correct. And they weren't always about people. Sometimes they were about circumstances and future viewing and just a whole variety of different things that suddenly I would have an understanding and knowing. And it was like it would point me in a direction. And so I lived like this for 11 years, not sharing my experience, keeping it to myself, because I didn't feel, there's fear associated. When you come back from one of these, you're afraid that people are going to ridicule you, think you're crazy. If anybody had told me about these experiences before I had the experience, I would have said the same thing. I would have, that was just back in the 80s.
And that's common, right? This is the problem with the society that we live in, is people feel it's more accepted today, but a lot of people feel threatened if they share something like this because of the whole materialistic aspect of things. So yeah, it's so totally screwed up. It makes figuring out this realm almost impossible. But luckily, with the internet that's come on and people feeling more comfortable and researchers like Moody and Tucker and Ian Stevenson and all that stuff, it has really propelled people to come out and share what the hell happened to them. The amount of people who have near-death experiences is way larger than the sample sizes that we have. And there's a lot out there. but there are even more people that have them, and we never ever hear their stories.
I know that, you know, Raymond and you know, IANS had started before that, but there wasn't a lot of knowledge, at least in my arena, back in those days, about near-death experiences. I didn't even have a term for it. So I kind of just kept it to myself for 11 years till I had the second spiritually transformative experience, where I was called back into my near-death experience, and I relived the entire experience. Only this time in the life review, there was 11 more years of living. And I saw how much I had changed in those 11 years just by adopting acceptance, tolerance, and truth, and developing this intuitive knowing. It had changed me. And I didn't think I had changed, but it had changed me a lot. And so after the second experience, I realized I needed to embrace this experience in its entirety, and that I needed to start living by what this experience had tried to teach me. And so I went on a quest. Like many experiencers, I became a voracious reader for anything that has love in the title. I guarantee.
Hear that? This is why I said because it leads to this. Anything that had love in the title. Love in the title.
In my library, it has love in the title. It's somewhere. And the you know, kind of on this quest, but also at the same time, I began living what I called my quiet ministry. That I was going to live by what I'd learned, and that I was going to bring that into my every moment, my walking life, basically. So it wasn't like just I'd put it on for the weekends or after work. I tried to wear it all the time, what I'd learned, and try to live by those edicts. And this was a huge integration phase for me. And fortunately, I ran into some very dear experiencers who became mentors for me, Tom Sawyer and Margaret Keene. They both helped me through this really rough time of integration. But I also, because I was changing so much after the second experience,
this rough time of integration. I mean, that this is what people have to deal with. Some people go through depressive phases. I've read that on average it's about 2 years, but it can last up to 10. I mean, just imagine. I mean, coming back, dealing with all this horse shit. You just came from this loving, amazing environment. You felt, quote unquote, free and with God and 12 apostles, as someone pointed out very smartly in the chat earlier. I thought that was, or smartly. I hate bad phrasing for that one, but anyways, yeah, I think it's such a hatchet job. It's not even funny, and we just need to go our own way and do our own thing with non-interference, sovereignty, and liberation. Nothing else.
It destroyed my marriage because I was no longer the adrenaline junkie diver Dave that my first wife had married. And so, so we went separate ways. But around 2000, I had quit my life at sea because like many experiencers, I got that call to be of service, and I didn't feel like I could be of service when I'm 500 miles offshore. So I quit my life at sea, and I became the manager and eventually the assistant director of dialysis programs for a hospital in central New York. I was coordinating 5 clinics at the time. And all of a sudden I'm in my office and my back felt like it exploded. And I walked up the hill to the emergency department, and presented myself, and and I was having a lot of pain in my back and my chest, and was losing feeling in one of my arms. So they thought that I
Horrible.
was having a cardiac arrest. So they put me on a 12-lead EKG, and they tested that. And meanwhile, I just wanted some pain medicine, but they couldn't do that because they had to figure out what was going on first before they gave me before they medicated me. But after tests and x-rays and a bunch of things, they finally found that I had stage 4 lung cancer that had metastasized into my spine, ate away 2.5 bones of my thoracic, and my spine had collapsed because the tumor could no longer support the weight of my spine.
Just listen to this misery. Listen.
Metastasized into my spine, ate away 2.5 bones of my thoracic, and my spine had collapsed because the tumor could no longer support the weight of
his spine had collapsed because the tumor could no longer support his spine. As if this guy has not been through enough already. Come the hell on. Come on.
My spine. And so they ran some more tests, and they found I had lesions in my hip, my brains, and my kidneys, and that it was traveling through my body. It was very, very aggressive. And they felt the estimate was I had, maybe 6 to 8 weeks, and that I should get my affairs in order. And they weren't even going to bother to treat me. They were just going to try to make me as comfortable as possible. Well, this ended up almost being a third experience. Not so much on the spiritual, but it was almost a third life review, because as I was in the hospital, I had become pretty well known as a director, of a program, and one of the administrators. And so people from every shift were coming into my room and sitting on the bed and telling me how something I had done had affected them. So it was almost like another life review in many ways. But I saw in my near-death experience that I was going to have cancer. And that was one of the things that I saw in that future living in my near-death experience. And I also saw that I was going to live beyond it. So when people were coming in and eulogizing me, I was telling them, oh, no, I'm going to be fine. And so if you're familiar with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's stages, the first is denial, and you finally work your way to acceptance. Well, I ran right into acceptance.
And that's exactly what the soul trap is all about. You go through the stages. Denial, and, it can't be. How could it be? Earth is so noble and amazing and incredible. And then you kind of just have this awakening moment, and you figure out that it's not just going on here, but it's also going on in the astral. And it makes sense. It's not even like it's some far out idea to reach this far, because it's just, you compare what's happening here and what's happening on the other side in the astral. It's the same old song and dance. It is so clearly cut a mechanism, it's not even funny. It is completely laid out before our very eyes, and so easy to see. That's why I keep pushing people to do their own research. Do your own research. I promise, my friends, you'll come out of all of this and see what's going on.
Acceptance, because I knew I was going to go through this. I knew I was going to get past it. But everybody else saw me as, man, he is in denial, and so this experience, though, brought me, because a lot of times in life, we go through life, and it's like our spiritual life becomes like a pendulum. There are times when we're more focused on our humanity, and then there's other times we're focused on our spiritual self. And so we go back and forth in life like this, where a pendulum swings back and forth. And that's normal and that's natural. But I had, prior to the cancer, I had really swung high into my human self, and I was dealing with a lot of issues, and so I was really not so connected with my spiritual self and my spiritual connection, all of that, because I started hearing spirit at this point. My soul family were actually communicating to me by this point, because this is many years after my near-death experience and after many spiritual experiences. So they, suddenly I'm in the hospital and they're pumping me with morphine and Percocet. And
Now I find this part interesting. This is one of those things that I've wanted to talk about, and I feel just tear them out, and I'll talk about it in a minute.
I couldn't hear spirit, and it was really disturbing.
So he's on morphine. He's being pumped with morphine, and he can't hear spirit. Now, if you think about, oh man, this is one of those areas you got to be careful with. Let's just say that having things that cloud you on your way out may not be the best. The problem is if you're suffering and going through hell, those things may ease that. But at the same time, as long as you are not taking ridiculous doses and they're pumping you with all sorts of shit, then perhaps you can just say, oh, okay, as long as you're level-headed, like you can be 3 sheets to the wind, but as long as you still have your faculties and you're able to kind of make sure that you're rooted in sovereignty and liberation, that's why starting this path in the here and now is so important, to just make sure that, your intention is directed, it's known. You will not be interacting with the tunnel. You will not be interacting with deceased loved ones, pets, God, Jesus, whoever, any archetype, and you will not be interacting with the light, just to do your own thing. As long as those directives are put out there, and that's the advantage to sticking around, right? That's the advantage to making sure that your intention is solid, both in your conscious and subconscious mind, so that there's no room for debate. So even if you're 3 sheets to the wind and all messed up on morphine or whatever, your directive's known. It's all good. Nobody should have to suffer. Okay? So I think everyone should make a judgment call on how they want to approach something like that, if it comes to that. But there's no doubt that blockages occur as a result of drugs and alcohol. I mean, I've tested it myself. It's just that I know there's an issue there. But I think as long as your intention is clear and concrete, and that you are not wavering off of that decision, if you have just a little bit of misdirection in thinking that this bullshit has control over you, well, then you got a problem. I'm just going to be honest. That's where the problem sets in. If you don't feel confident and assertive in your decision, then it could cause a problem, because your intention as a creator being can get out of whack and be distracted and think that something outside of you has power over you when it doesn't. So the biggest question I think everyone needs to ask is, what is your resolve? How confident are you in your decision? Do you have that little 0.0001% that something has a right to cast itself over you and that you need to listen to it? Or are you fully confident in yourself That's the important thing, my friends. Be confident in yourself, self-empower yourself, and realize that you are the last deciding factor. So then if you end up in a situation where you need high doses of things like morphine or any other opiate or whatever to relieve the pain on your way out at the time of natural death, you can go there. Okay? But it all comes down to how confident you are in yourself. That's all. Just be confident in yourself. You are so much more powerful than the system wants you to think you are. Just remember, just hold firm and tight to that. I promise you, you are so much more powerful. And if you think you need to answer to something, you don't. I promise you. There aren't many promises I can make, but I can promise this. Just be confident in yourself. Know that you are the king or the queen of your castle and that you call the shots, not anybody else, not some bullshit matrix system or some illusion or cheap high from the light, all this stuff. No, you are the master of your domain and you control every movement. But I'm going to speak to the few that may not believe in themselves. That's something you just need to work on. You need to realize that this is a world of illusions. This experience is illusion, even though, yeah, it's so cheap to even say that, right? Because even though, yes, we are in some grand illusion, you still feel pain. You still feel the wind and the sun and the air. You wake up every day. So yeah, we all live in this thing. But in the same breath, we're limited, right? We're limited within the confines of this physical body. So it's easy to, talk down on yourself and think that you don't have any power and that you have to answer this one or that maybe, just maybe, the light or God or Jesus or Buddha or your pet or the light have some control over you. No. The answer is no. Think about what happened to David. David went boom right into a void state. And the light's just sitting there like hanging around, trying to suck him in. What would you do in that moment? Okay, I am going to cordon off this area immediately. This is my realm. Or, I'm going to, wherever I am right now, it's overtaken. It's my realm. It's completely impenetrable and incapable of being infiltrated by any outside force, whether it's no entities, no telepathic communication, no visual distractions, nothing. Completely cordoning yourself off so that you are in the driver's seat. That's the appropriate approach, I guess you could say. Just believe in yourself, but don't leave the door open for these bastards to sneak in and take advantage of you, because you're so much better than that. Okay? Please. So important. So important.
I had this encounter, which I believe was an angelic encounter, where a nurse came into my room and we conversed. And while she was there, I got this gleam of insight on how to manage the pain without the medication, without the morphine pump and everything. And so I kind of explained the process to her, and then, we prayed a little bit, and then she left.
So we're talking about energy work here. So if we can take the energy work to our advantage and not need something like morphine or pain medications to get us by in our final hours, that's a good thing. So working on something like that can be very helpful.
And now, being one of the administrators in the hospital, we had because this was a Catholic hospital, one of the nuns was assigned to my department, and I knew a lot of the nuns, and so I didn't know this nun. So I asked the nurses because they had moved my room to just outside the nursing station because everybody was coming in and out of my room. And so they had to kind of monitor so as I could get some rest. And so I asked them, I said, who was that nun? I just don't know who she was. And I didn't catch her name. And they said, nun? I says, well, yeah, she's got to be on the floor. Who's the nun that's on the floor right now? And they said, there isn't a nun on the floor right now. We don't have a nun attached to the oncology ward at this time. And so I believe that was kind of an angelic, because what happened during that was it gave me a way to manage my pain that wasn't reliant on medication. And so there's I was given this visualization while she was with me.
Okay, so I was given this visualization while she was with me. Like, in any other scenario, this would be awesome and incredible for someone to regain their connection that they're looking for. But in this case, and in probably many cases, is that why roll the dice? Just remember, I seriously think, just consider this for a moment. I think when we're on our way out, or when we are in these high pressure situations where we need to reduce pain, trauma, things like that, we can leave our body easier than we think. And that's kind of proven, dependent, but it really depends on the, I hate to say it, the level, quote unquote, level of trauma. So make of that what you will, but just remember, you're in the driver's seat. If that's what you want to happen, if you want to be able to let your body be in pain and suffering while you are floating above it and not feeling that, that's what matters, right? That's what matters. Not allowing that connection, disconnecting from that. And then perhaps you can even sever and finalize that when you're outside the body and headed towards your natural death period. But as long as you're not feeling pain and suffering, that's what's most important.
That, on how to manage the pain. So I felt there were a lot of things that happened in this that were very much like another spiritually transformative experience. The cancer was rough. I'm not going to paint a pretty picture here, but within 6 months, my spirit communication indicated that, I had, that things were progressing very, very rapidly and in a positive way. And so I asked the doctors if we could, redo another PET scan or CAT scan. And when we did, they didn't want to do it at first because they really didn't see this prognosis going well, and so they didn't want to do anything undue because, and I can totally understand because I worked in the hospital. I understood their philosophy. They didn't want to, do anything that would, just create more suffering in my life. And they didn't, they thought that if they did a test and it was worse, that would, just totally crush my attitude or something. So they didn't want to do the test, but I insisted. And when they did, they found out I was basically cancer-free. And so I stopped treatment at that point, and I've been cancer-free ever since.
Been cancer-free ever since. I mean, that's awesome, Dave. That's great. It's just incredible what he's been through and came out the other end okay. But at the same time, he's really put his story out there. I mean, no offense whatsoever, David, but I get Matrix marketing department vibes. I do. I'm sorry. That's what I see.
It taught me a lot about, because it helped me to, now I can talk to other cancer patients as well. Besides talking to experiencers, in my life now, I spend a lot of time. I'm a spiritual counselor. I'm also a certified life coach through Assist and through ARE, Edgar Casey's foundation. And I work with a lot, most of my clientele, believe it or not, are experiencers. About 80% of my clientele are experiencers. But I also do energetic healing, because in this process, I learned how to be able to go back into the light and use that to work on myself, and to, during the procedures and things like that, I would go into the light and I would work on myself. So
I would go into the light and work on myself.
It helped me, propelled me into a whole nother life.
Into a whole nother life.
Propelled me into a whole nother life, which I didn't see coming. But it's kind of funny, before the cancer I was getting spirit communication that was telling me, prepare for change, prepare for change. I thought it was going to be a job change. Well, it was a job change in a lot of ways, but not the way I thought it was going to be. So it's kind of interesting, so the universe communicates to us in a lot of different ways. And it's up to us to take it in a lot of times, and then accept whatever the outcome is, because I really believe that the universe is guiding us and directing us in every way. So,
well, it's more like the Matrix is guiding us, and our life script is guiding us in every single way. This is the problem, is that we kind of fall victim and lose our free will aspect and go along with the Matrix, the prepackaged Matrix narratives that are already set up and ready to go. And in turn, we lose ourselves and latch onto a belief system. That's why sovereignty, liberation, and non-interference is not a belief system. It's just playing it safe and doing your own thing. What's wrong with that? My friends, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. And some people like to call it fundamentalism. Ooh.
I kind of rushed through this a little bit. If we want to ask question and answers, I think I'm open for that.
All right,
Okay.
This is the Q&A segment. So what I'm going to do is just take a quick 5-minute break. It's not going to be a 7-minute break. Be a little under 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. And we will get right into the Q&A session. Thank you for your patience, my friends. See you shortly. Okay, we are back. Thank you for your patience. So, next step is to get into some of the Q&A. And let's see. There we go.
Those who would like to.
This guy's camera is just really good, just so you know. So, shout out to Jack if you're watching. I mean, I appreciate it though. I just can't help it. I mean, it's just like,
Bruh. Ask questions. Turn on your mic. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well,
David, I have a question.
that was a gangbuster experience or experiences. It's fantastic, and I'm very impressed with how you were able to cure a physical.
No, but I want them to see who I am.
Okay.
I can't see you.
With your ability to reconnect with the light and the source, I had bladder cancer, and yes, I had given you medication, etc. But a lot of it I thought was due to my focus and my meditation and the meditation of my friends and visualizing my immune system. Anyway, so the mind had a big factor in it. It's not all medical and science. So
No, I totally agree with you, Jack. I think our intention has a lot to do with it, because I think when we throw our pure intention, heartfelt intention out to the universe, I believe that they start lining things up for us, and especially in health.
I mean, yeah, it's just so obvious how powerful our intention is. And he's saying, oh, well, they just start lining things up. David is right about that. That's the characteristics of a matrix, is that they set things up for you to use your intention in a certain way so that you'll fall for it, that you'll fall right into their honeypot. This is the whole point. Stop relying on this system and go your own way and do your own thing.
Intention, heartfelt intention out to the universe, I believe that they start lining things up for us, and especially in health situations. I really think some of the things that I did during that was I learned some great lessons about not hiding from your prognosis, and asking for help, and we got the prayer networks going. We didn't hide from it at all. We allowed people to pray for us, to help us in that regard. And you could feel that. In fact, my wife's mother, my current wife, her mother, she wanted to do something, but my immune system was so compromised from all the treatment that she couldn't come up and physically help. So she went to her minister and she asked her minister, what can I do to help him? I'm lost. I really feel like I need to do something. And so he told her to knit a prayer blanket or prayer shawl or something like that. And so she got all her friends together to pray over while they crocheted these squares, and she put together this blanket. And Jack, I can tell you, when I would put that blanket around me, you could feel it. It was almost like I was back in the light, feeling that warm embrace of love. You could just feel that, And she put a blanket. We still have the blanket, but she also did the shawl. And I used to really carry that shawl, especially when I was feeling down. I would put the shawl on, and it felt like some support. When I got.
What is that? That's David's attachment to the matrix. I'm not trying to crap on David, but it's just. These are attachments, right? If you have an attachment to a prayer blanket or some sort of blanket or something that kind of brings you back to the good old days, or, you know, whatever the case may be. That's not good, because you're clinging to that and not allowing yourself to go your own way and do your own thing.
Feeling down, I would put the shawl on, and it felt like, you know, some support. When I got past my cancer, we passed that shawl on. I have totally lost track of where that shawl is, but we passed it on to other cancer patients and said, when you're done with it, pass it on to other cancer patients, and just let.
Yeah, it's like, hey, just pass that on. Pass on the energy blanket that is going to, you know, okay, I'll be nice. Let's move on. Great.
You know, because there was so much love that was in that. Yeah, I think
a lot of love in that blanket.
You know, really put the intention out to the universe. It really, really helps.
Well, I asked my NDE group twice, and I miraculous results. It's amazing. You know, being open and asking for help. And
yeah,
of course, my NDE group is a powerful group. I got a lot of heavyweights in that group, and so, you know, the mind, the meditation, it's very powerful. I gather you have read McTaggart's book about intention.
Oh yes, I love her work. Yeah,
actually, Bethany and I did a global meditation in early September, wasn't it, Bethany? Anyway, and it was to defeat the COVID-19 virus. And, the doing it was really a miraculous experience for me. I would think for Bethany as well. It was amazing. And her grandmother, who was turning 90, and she was in a home, and she tested.
Bethany, come on, Bethany.
Are you there, Jeff?
Yeah.
Yes, what's happening?
Yes, what is happening?
Anyway, grandmother, 90, family medical.
What is going on?
Who else would like to ask questions? I have some more. Take over. Any other?
Yes, we have. Now, this is Rob. Hey, good seeing you, David. I haven't seen you since Diane's group. Good seeing you.
Hey, Robert, how you doing? Yeah.
Anyway, my wife has a question.
Hi, David.
Hi.
I'm not afraid of being dead, but the process of dying sounds scary. Are you comfortable about sharing what your experience was dying and drowning? And my second question is, did people notice the difference in you afterwards and comment on it?
Ooh, two really good questions. The first one, the drowning, I really have to say that the universe, God, Goddess, all that is, however you want to call on that, divine, it looks out for us, I believe, because drowning is, you know, you breathe in salt water, which is not a nice experience. But the minute that I did that, I had the first sensation, a momentary sensation of that burning salt water, and I realized that, oops, I messed up. But immediately I popped out of my body. And when I talk to other experiencers that died traumatic experiences, they all, I won't say all, but I would say the largest percentage of them actually experience the same thing, where they pop out of their body relatively fast. So the suffering, and then once you're out of your body, there is no suffering. And it's very peaceful, very calm. And I hear that theme over and over and over again. About your second question, it's a very interesting question because, yes, people do notice the change in you. And sometimes it's not positive. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it isn't. A lot of my friends from that era have really lost track with me. There's a couple that have hung on, but many have totally lost track with me. And unfortunately, many of them have passed on because the engineering part back in those days, a lot of us got asbestosis. And so a lot of my friends died of asbestosis because my prognosis was also brought on by asbestos. And 20 years of smoking. But as far as the cancer. So, but it's kind of interesting, you don't identify a lot of times with the same crowd after your near-death experience sometimes. I mean, some you do, lifelong friends that you still hang on to, but you're changing and your philosophy is changing, your worldview is changing, and you have to, and you ride the train. But like I said, it destroyed my first marriage because I was changing so much. And a lot of that circle of friends during that period, just didn't come along. But then you find new friends, and you find new friends that are like-minded. And I was fortunate enough to be able to find a couple mentors that were experiencers that understood the integration process and helped me along with it. So there's good, and it's a challenge. Relationships after near-death experiences can be quite a challenge. I know a number. I also help facilitate, besides working with IANDS, I also help facilitate 2 retreats for experiencers. The one in St. Louis.
Okay, so the retreats he's talking about, I've been tempted to go and join, but I just don't have the balls or the money. I mean, it's a retreat that happens, I think, once or twice a year, and with near-death experiences. And I think it's great that they get together and they're able to share the things, but there's stories and experiences about what's happened. But I just don't have the balls to infiltrate and be a jerk off. But I have snooped in on IANDS meetings and never shared what's happened there. But I think there's so much good stuff out there that hasn't been shared. But it is what it is. No, I'm not going to record it. Spin. I'm just no.
It's in the springtime, and it's for just near-death experiencers. And in that retreat, we've talked about this subject a number of times because we've been doing this since 2006, and a lot of experiencers end up staying single because relationships are just really hard. And so it's not uncommon for experiencers to just have difficulties in that arena and just stay single. But also I count myself very fortunate. I met my now wife, my current wife, Cindy. We were in a spiritual retreat, and we had a couple really cool experiences when we met, and it kind of it was very evident that the universe wanted us to get together because they just kept throwing us together and in some just amazing things that happened. So it's a challenge, but there's a lot of good in it as well. I hope that answers the question.
Answer.
Now it's David.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate you answering my questions.
Yeah.
I had 2 questions, David. My first question, I had a brief near-death experience from toxic mold exposure, and I was wondering if you could describe that black environment. To me, it felt like oil and velvet and very thick at the same time. And I was wondering if you could describe that more. And also, if you could talk about your life review and that feeling of that you had to shed your human experience to go to be able to converse with your soul groups. So if we can talk about those two things.
Yeah, Lori, great. And the work you're doing with people that are exposed to mold, congratulations. I think that's some amazing work that you're doing there.
Legislature to get mold laws passed, and that's a very difficult part of it. But
yeah, well, bravo. I mean, you know, we need somebody doing that. I really appreciate what you're doing. Yeah, you know, the description you just gave about the darkness being, you know, oily and feeling thick. I have to say, it kind of felt that way with me as well. But I just died this violent death. And so it also felt very supporting in a lot of ways for me. I know there are some experiencers that talk about, you know, the term that they use in IAN's research is the void, you know, okay, that's the void experience. But
it was.
I know some experiencers that it's frightening. I mean, it was.
My first thought was, where am I?
Yeah. And
what did she say? What?
Yeah. I know some experiencers that it's frightening. I mean, it was.
My first thought was, where am I?
Yeah. And some people find that absolutely terrifying to be.
Yes, they do. And I think that's like one of the biggest problems is not being comfortable without the sensory reaction. So doing something like meditation can help with that, because you can, I promise you, if you dedicate time to meditation, you can get in a void-like state where you're just an observer, you're just existing, you're just there. You don't have any outside, you go outside of your body. And it's extremely helpful so that when push comes to shove at the time of natural death, that you are okay with the state you're in. A lot of people have no problems with it. And then a lot of people are completely lose their minds. Like they think it's hell on earth. And they create all these scenarios and then they have a negative experience. But, well, guess what's waiting there for them? There's always a little pinprick of light or something off in the corner, so they can be getting their ass kicked in a hell like NDE in the void because they are overthinking things and getting crazy in their head because of the lack of the sensory interactions. But meanwhile, guess what's there? That light, that little pinprick of light or that big, light in the corner. And what does that do? It soothes them. It helps them. Helps them get through it. And this is the problem. It's be comfortable with just observing and not interacting with anything. Because this system seems to set it up in a way. Oh, it'll throw you in the void. Within the matrix, mind you. It's the matrix void. And then taunt you. To get you on its side. That's why some have good experiences, some have bad experiences. But something that's almost always present is that stupid light. Always. You look at the research, it's there. It's not something I'm just pulling on my ass and just saying, "Hey guys, believe me." No. It's there. So just remember that you are in control. So if you do end up in that void state, I hate to use this word, but quarantine yourself off through non-interference. And make sure that you are running the show within your own realm and not having anything interact with you. Doesn't matter if it's light, if it's telepathic, visual, you name it. Roll out the red carpet, you pick it. But the whole point is to just be okay with just observing and being you within your own frame of reference so that you don't fall victim to the illusions that this matrix and maybe many matrices that are linked to this place can take advantage of you.
And this suspended, darkness. But for me, there was an awareness that it was like, and this is a hard concept to convey, but it felt like the absolutely nothing contained absolutely everything, and so I think you could probably hold a whole symposium on the darkness,
Mm-hmm.
and what is that, I think you could actually have a great symposium on that where a number of people had experienced it and have a good discussion about that.
But they won't, because IANS is controlled. Okay. Just throwing that out there. They are.
Because to me, it was very supporting. It was that transition between the light, from the violence and it gave me this time to like catch myself and to be aware of myself. Now, like in life, we go through life, we feel like we're these separate individuals. And that's an illusion, that we're these separate individuals going through life. Well, the darkness kind of amplifies that, but initiates that first step of knowing there's something greater than just yourself. So, yeah, it did kind of feel thick, but I think that thick feeling was that knowing that there was something else, something greater, that sort of thing. What was the second question? I totally got into the darkness. I forgot.
I know. I was immediately told to wake up. So I wasn't there long.
I was immediately told to wake up. That's what she says. Told.
Darkness. I forgot.
I know. I was immediately told to wake up. So I wasn't there long. I was just told wake up, and I knew what had happened. I just woke up, said that was real and that was not good. But my second question was, when you had your life review, because I've explained to some other members here that I remember every detail of my life since I was 3 years old. Whether that be good or bad, I don't know. And I can imagine what other people feeling, what I have, my actions and reactions. You talk about the ripple. But what that process of having to go through that, you said you felt like it was a requirement to shed your earthly experience before you were able to communicate.
Okay, so she's saying you felt like it was a requirement to shed your earthly experience before
you were able to communicate with the groups. I was just
before you were able to communicate with the group.
Yeah, because when I died, I was judging myself pretty harshly, because that's who I was. I was very critical about everything. So I was critical about my own life. And, but my soul family weren't. They were just loving me and supporting me. And so that's where it wasn't something that I learned in the actual experience. It was more of, when we come back from these experiences, we have to reflect on it, and and it was like, wow, I was letting go bit by bit through that life review. I was letting go of a lot of those tendencies that I had in life, because I came to understand them, and I came to understand who I was, and all those little quirky things that I did that weren't nice to other people, and so that I didn't think anything of, and how.
Oh, you muted your mic.
David, your microphone is off, Dave.
Wow, I hope you heard some of that. I just gave you the answers, the keys to the universe. Did you hear it? But anyway, but yeah, I really do feel that it was a matter of releasing bit by bit a lot of those those emotions and tendencies. I'll tell you a little story. One of my mentors, Margaret Keene, when she kind of agreed to help me through my integration, one of the first things she asked me, she goes, "Do you ever go back to the light?" And I was like, no way. I can't do that, because if I went there, my emotions would just overwhelm me because of the love. The love is so powerful that I don't know how I would handle that. And so she guided me back, where I could find my threshold and go back into the light. And and I do that now. I've kind of anesthetized myself to that overpowering love so that I could go into the light, and I actually do it in my healing process. That's how I help people now. But it's kind of funny. I've noticed in my process that the first couple times, I would come back and I would just be this mass of just tears and joy from experiencing that love, and I'd be like this puddle. And so now I've done it so many times, I can go into the light. I can just focus on it, and I can cross the threshold and go in and out of the light. And but she taught me that because she wanted me to realize that love is available to us. We're all loved. And that was a big message for me when I came back, was that we are loved. And so I've kind of strayed.
Here we go. Okay. Just hear what he says one more time.
Love is available because she wanted me to realize that
she wanted him to realize.
Because she wanted me to realize that love is available to us. We're all loved. And that was a big message for me when I came back, was that we are loved. And so
that was a big message for me, that we are loved. This is the problem, my friends. It's the automatic assumption that love equals God. Love equals our loved ones or deceased pets or whatever. God, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, you pick it. Doesn't matter. As long as there's love involved, it's all good. And you know what? In a perfect world, it would be. It's not like I want to sit here and say, hey, everything's shitty. I don't want to be saying this. All I'm just saying is stand up for yourself. That's it. Period. The end. Nothing else. Don't fall victim to what is perceived to be something that has power over you, or that loves you, or that is casting these illusions on you. Maybe our most purest state is just observing. I don't know. I don't pretend to know. All I know is that something's rotten in Denmark, and it links to the astral, and it has its claws deeply embedded on Earth. Okay? That's it. That's all I'm saying. Make of this information what you will.
Because she wanted me to realize that love is available to us. We're all loved. And that was a big message for me when I came back, was that we are loved. And so I've kind of strayed away from your question a little bit, but the thing that I really, it's just amazing how loved we are. And when we realize that, and when we break away from this illusion of being separate individuals, because we are all interconnected and interdependent. We all depend on each other. And so it many times it's very hard for me to see the way society is acting when we're supposed to be interdependent, when we depend on each other,
We depend on each other David, but we have life scripts, okay? Life scripts that, yes, we agree to, but they are given to us from the Matrix, okay? Explain that one away. It's not possible. It's not possible. This is one of the hardest truths I came to. I did not want to face this bullshit and come here and say that, yeah, oh, Earth is a Matrix, reincarnation, soul trap. No, you think I want to say that? I don't want to say that. But it's a scam. We've all fallen for bullshit. That's it. It's not all love. I'm sorry. It's just not. I wish it was. I would love for everything to be all love and you know, angels and unicorns and pixie dust and all this horse shit. I would love for it to be that way. And if that's where it led me, that's what I'd be talking about. I could have just, you know, continued to go down the New Age route and just make excuses for everything, but no. Because what happens here on Earth in the physical life that we're all experiencing does not match up in the astral in any way, shape, or form. Not even close. We are all being hoodwinked. And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm sorry. I guess I am. It just is what it is. It is. I'm sorry. So those of you that just got here or are on the fence with this information, I promise you, if you just hang in there with me, or if you just go and do your own research, I know my style can be abrasive and blunt and ridiculous it's sometimes, but as long as you're doing your own research, you can prove this to yourself. Nobody needs me. Nobody. No one in this chat needs me, because everything is freely and readily available to be researched. But the key thing is to make sure that you have all the data points. That's all. So check out the channel's trailer, and I have a bulk of them listed. I think I only have 15 there. There's way more than that, and at the time I just typed in the description and need to add more, but I left at least 6 out. But the point is if you go there to the channel's intro video, you'll see it. You'll see it and you say, okay, FC said, look at all these topics. And then you'll see the grand scheme of the bullshit. You'll see it. I promise you. And then, you know, you don't have to watch one more minute of the channel. All you have to do is just do your own research, take the time, and figure it out. It's all there. It's all there. In our face, just like a neon sign at midnight, walking down the street. It's all there. I promise you. So please, 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 if you're new and you want to hear my point of view, there's a Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap playlist. I also recommend checking out Wayne Bush at trickedbythelight.com and Dan at Overwatch Project. And Overwatch channel here on YouTube, and overwatchproject.com on his website, and also on ODYSEE. Just check them out. Check them out, because I understand that my approach to all this is not for everyone, and I respect that, but there are 2 people I trust, Dan and Wayne. Period. The end. And I get comments all the time. Well, what about this one? What about this one? I'm just saying, and I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm really not. But I've gone through all the soul trap stuff. Unless there's someone new that comes around, there's a good chance that I've heard of the people that are recommended before. And I'm really not trying to be a dick. I'm not. I'm just trying to say that, you know, the 2 people I trust are Dan and Wayne, period. That's it. Those are the 2 people that have done the most thorough and amazing research you'll ever see. Wayne's website is an absolute, it'll just blow your mind. You can get stuck on that website for months. Check out trickedbythelight.com. He's he doesn't. I've done interviews with Wayne. There's, I think, 8 interviews with Wayne. I've done 5 or 6 with Dan at Overwatch Channel, Overwatch Project. And I respect both of them to the hills. Okay. Those are the 2 people that I trust, and that I'm just saying, go check them out. Okay. So if my bombastic style isn't for you, or I'm pissing you off or whatever, go for it. Check them out. But all I care about is getting through to you, to that one individual listening, and helping you see what is going on here. So you can shut off my channel right now. Go for it. But go to Wayne's website. Go to Dan's channel. Go to Dan's ODYSEE. Go to Dan's website. Check out the interviews I did with Wayne. Check out the interviews I did with Dan. Okay? And I promise you, you will come out eventually seeing the mechanics of the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap. Please. This is not some bullshit popularity contest. It's just not. It's all about getting the information out there. That's all I care about. This is the only reason I stream every weekend. Is to just try and get the message out. And please, if you're connecting with it, share it. I don't care if you share my channel, Wayne's website, or if you share the interviews I did with Wayne, or the interviews I did with Dan, or if you share Wayne's channel, Dan's channel. Wayne doesn't have a channel, I'm sorry. Just whatever you got to do. It's all about what you connect with. And I understand what we have. It's really great because there are 3 personalities. You have, obviously, Dan, you have Wayne, you have me. We're all there. Okay? And maybe you'll connect with Dan. Maybe you'll connect with Wayne. Maybe you'll connect with me. And then at the end of the day, you still got to do your own research anyways. To really connect with this information, you can't be lazy. I'm sorry. You just can't. This is the most suppressed and hidden truth of our existence. And there's nothing more important than learning this. I don't care what the hell is going on in your life. You can find a few hours a week to research this. You don't have to go crazy, but you can find at least a few hours a week to set aside and learn this. I know I did. I know Dan did. I know Wayne did. And that's it. Just please, you deserve this. And as I talk more and more, the viewership drops, and I don't care. I don't care. Because all I'm trying to concentrate is on that one person. That one person. That's the whole reason this channel exists, is to get you to research on your own. I can talk all day long. But the most important thing is that you're doing your part to prove it to yourself. That's it. Okay, let's move on.
In this physical realm, within this physical realm. So.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
Okay. Laurie, any other questions, Laurie?
Bruh.
Okay. Dave, I have another question. You mentioned you had a second and didn't describe it where it happened and what happened.
Yeah, the second experience was 11 years after the first. And what it was I had fallen in with a spiritual group out of Geneseo, New York, and they were Sanctuary of the Beloved. And they were going to Sedona, and I had grown up in Sedona, and so I thought, oh, this is a great opportunity for me. I'll go hike some of my trails, and I'll go do all that stuff, for my youth. And excuse me, just a second here. And that I would go spend some time hiking the trails, but then I would also connect with the spiritual group now and then. I thought I was going to go and escape them half the time and then come and just, spend some time with them here and there. But then the very first day they wanted to go to, and this was in Sedona, and they wanted to go to Bell Rock and do a meditation on Bell Rock. And I said, oh, that's a neat place. I actually know of a nice place that I like to meditate there from when I was a kid. And so we went there, and when I went into meditation, that's when the light called me. It said, return to the light. That same voice that sent me back was calling me back into the light. And I've had a couple experiences with the light calling me back. But in this experience, that's when I relived my entire near-death experience, from the darkness, meeting my soul family, into the light. But then the life review is what was so profound. In the second one, I got to see those 11 years that I had lived since the first experience. And I got to see that change. And that was a seed that I needed in order to really start accepting the experience and being more open with it. Because it was after that second experience that I started to hear spirit. So now spirit talks to me, and it's my soul, all 12 of my soul family. They all have a unique flavor. I like to say flavor because it's not so much a voice. They all have different strengths and different techniques in guiding and helping. But I've come to recognize them over the years. But it started after that second experience that I started to hear spirit. It wasn't so much just a knowing. I still get knowings and I still get visions and things like that, but actually hearing spirit. Now, if somebody were to hear me say, "Oh yeah, I hear 12 voices in my head," they'd probably lock me up. But for me, it's a normal way of living, and I've come to. I'm so comfortable with it that it's a way of living for me. So to not have it is disturbing to me when I can't hear it. And that happens from time to time, because remember I was talking about the pendulum swinging back and forth. I found after that second experience, when I started searching for love, I wanted to know what this unconditional huge love was in the light and everything. I got so focused on it. I was actually listening to a tape by Deepak Chopra. It was Finding Love. And God bless Deepak. He does great work. But I had I was playing this tape going to and from work every day. And I was really just mentally focusing on finding love, and to the point that suddenly I couldn't hear spirit because I forgot to listen, and spirit kind of sent me on this long journey to finally, nail down the fact that I have to continue to listen for this communication to occur, So
David, I'm wondering if thank you so much for all your experiences. And I'm really with you. I have two questions. One, have you read anything on Buddha? And then also, have you found any ways to expand for everybody to have an understanding more than just our kind of group? Because I feel that the threat for professionally, medically, that for them not to accept the things, and then also it's not good for everybody. So I was just wondering what you thought.
Yeah, Luke, great. Thank you. The Buddhism, it's kind of interesting because I grew up, part of my growing up, I spent in Arizona, like I've mentioned it. And when I was there, the grandmothers taught me a lot of Native American spirituality. In fact, that's when I learned how to meditate, was more of a vision questy kind of meditation where you go into yourself and then fly out and into an expansive state. And so my first education in the spiritual realm was Native American. Well, after my near-death experience, after, you have to get on with life. And so I had that experience when I was 14, 15, 16, while I was living in Arizona as a child. And, but then, I put it away because I had to get on with life. I had to make a living, blah, blah, blah. So, but after my near-death experience, I thought, wow, what the grandmothers taught me was really, really right on. It was correct, And so that's where I first went when I got back from my near-death experience. I started exploring that because it just rang so true. And in my exploration with that, I realized there were so many parallels with Buddhism. So the Native American philosophy and Buddhism are very, very similar. And so nowadays, I have to say, boy, if I could turn my camera around and you could see, I've got statues here in my house. I don't know if you can see.
Hey, great.
Bruh. Your microphone is off again, Dave. Dave, your microphone is off.
Thanks. Yeah, she's an antiquity that was saved in Tibet from the Chinese. They had broken her off and thrown her in the mud. She still has the mud on her from when they did that, because I'm afraid she's so delicate that I'm afraid that, to clean the mud and everything off, I would destroy. But yeah, I really do. If you could look around this room, you'd see all kinds of stuff that's a combination of Native American and Tibetan. And that's kind of my philosophy now. You mentioned something about sharing. I have a firm belief, and this is based on some of my Native American bringing up. In my philosophy about living life is surrounded by the hoop that's talking about in Native culture, where you have a hoop that represents your life. You have a hoop that represents your family. You have a hoop that represents your community, and you have a hoop that represents your nation, and then a hoop that represents the world, and a hoop that represents the universe. So, and all of these hoops are connected, and so the reasoning of the hoop is if you look at a hoop, you reside in the still center of the hoop.
Yeah, the freaking the snake eating its head. Okay, the never-ending cycle of reincarnation. Okay, that's what the loop is. The time loop, the time gods, the time bullshit. Okay, it's time for us to stand up for ourselves and stop buying into these fabricated structures that we think that we need to answer to. Enough is enough. When are we going to stand up and say, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it? Really? When is that going to happen? The only person that can do that is you and me on an individual level. There's nothing about this that is scary or weird. It's just saying, hey, I'm going to stick up for myself. I'm going to do what I need to do for me, and I'll see what the fuck happens. That's it. Oh, I know, it's so threatening. It's fundamentalist thinking. No. Enough. Enough of just rolling the dice and hoping that things are just going to, everything will be all right. And I just want to, just say, check out the series from the BBC. I just went through all 4 episodes. It's called Life After Life. If you need any reassurance about what's going on here, that TV series says it all. And I'm going to be doing a complete cover-to-cover commentary on all the episodes, and I have mega plans for the website. And here is the mailing list. Feel free to subscribe if you'd like. I have a lot of plans to cover media that I just simply cannot cover on YouTube or elsewhere. Okay. That includes movies, TV shows, music. And the only way I'm going to be able to do it is if I have a website. I just can't do it here. I'm sorry. I wish I could. So if you would like to have a additional outlet for information on the Soul Trap, and I'm telling you, please check out that series, my friends. If you haven't seen Life After Life, it's 4 episodes out of the BBC. You can find that easily online for free at soap, the number 2, day, DAY, .cool. So that's SOAP, the number 2, DAY, .cool. Search Life After Life. Check out that series. Check out The Truman Show. Check out Soul by Disney Pixar. Check out... there's just so many out there that show the evidence for the Matrix, Reincarnation, Soul Trap in our face. This is all this is all a part of you doing your own research into this in the off hours that we're not live, or that you're not on Dan's channel or Wayne's website. I promise that this will all become clear for anyone that just came to the channel. But it requires a little legwork and research on your own part. That's all. Just like you've done your whole life. Just analyzing and looking at reality in a certain way and saying, whoa, this doesn't look right. How can I reclaim my true essence with sovereignty and liberation? You got this, my friend. You got this. Don't let it slip away.
The reasoning of the hoop is if you look at a hoop, you reside in the still center of the hoop. But the hoop.
No. I want nothing to do with the hoop. Screw your hoop.
Reside in the still center of the hoop.
No.
But the hoop's energy radiates equally out and inward. And so as we live our life, we project our energy inward and outward. And what this teaches us is that as we receive, we also give back. Mm-hmm. That life is a balance of receiving and giving.
Yeah, but it's all predicated on that this is what it is. That this whole thing is, I mean, come on. It's based on everything being rooted to the earth experience. How limiting and pathetic is that? Again, David, I am not trying to rain on your parade. I understand you had a very transformative experience and that you went through absolute hell, and I empathize and have much compassion for that. But at the end of the day, we have to worry about ourselves. We have to take control of us and never look back. Never feel like we have to answer to this system ever again.
So that's kind of the lesson of the hoop and really distilled down. But that giving and receiving. So when you asked about sharing, I'm a firm believer that we all have to give back. In order for life to flow smoothly, I believe that giving back is vital. And so how do we do that? One way I start every day, I really preach a lot to my clients and everybody to develop a spiritual practice.
Yeah, develop a spiritual practice that links into the Matrix. Look, I think David truly feels like He is doing a lot of good in the world. And, you know, I'm not going to rank on him for that, but it doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't sit right with me giving our sovereignty away to something that tries to garner our attention and get us to make decisions that are not necessarily in our best interest when we leave here.
But my spiritual practice starts with gratitude. I haven't even gotten out of bed yet, and I start my gratitude prayers. And those prayers, because you can't be grateful and not, it takes you away from your human ego. When you're grateful, it takes you away. You cannot be grateful and be attached to this physicality.
Aha. Isn't that interesting? Listen.
When you're grateful, it takes you away. You cannot be grateful.
It takes you away. It takes you away.
And not, it takes you away from your human ego. When you're grateful, it takes you away. You cannot be grateful and be attached to this physicality.
But you can be attached to another reality that links to this realm, Peter. I'm sorry, David. I was looking at Peter in the chat. I'm sorry. You just need to stand up for yourself. We all need to stand up for ourselves. And the only way that's going to happen is by us taking control of us as individuals.
Attached to this physicality. It pulls you towards your spiritual center. So then I go into stillness for a very few minutes, and then I move on to what I call contemplative meditation. That is my practice, is contemplative meditation. And so every day in my contemplations with spirit, we have a commune with spirit during contemplative meditation. And then when I come out of meditation, I write it all down. And then I take that writing and I distill it into a single sentence or a couple sentences, try to distill it down as concisely as possible. And then I put that out on all my social media streams. And it's kind of interesting. You asked me about Buddhism. The name of my website is Dharma Talks. Okay, dharmatalks.com. And so if you go to dharmatalks.com, you can see at the top header, there's all the icons to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all that sort of stuff, right? Well, every day I put out those contemplations on all that social media, because a long time ago, I was, when Twitter was first starting, it was kind of interesting. Twitter was in its infancy, and I jumped on board right away. And I think it was Deepak again. Deepak was there, and he suddenly he put a tweet out that he was going to be giving a talk in this bookstore, and they were going to live stream it. And this is a long time ago, you know. So it's probably one of the first live streams I think I ever watched. And so I thought, that's just so cool that here he could make that announcement on Twitter, and then I could watch him in an English bookstore giving a talk on the web. I thought that was just so cool.
Yeah, I mean, Deepak Chopra. I mean, come on. Look, I mean, he has some good stuff. I'm not going to lie. I mean, you know, I think any of these mainstream guys that are out there have their value as long as you're progressing within your journey, right? But if you're idolizing or looking up to these individuals as saviors, or that they have some sort of in that you don't have, or blah, 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 well, that ain't going to fly. Because what's sovereign about that? Oh, I connect with Deepak Chopra's teachings, or David Bennett's teachings, or this or that. Yes, they should be little molecules of your journey. And then you move on. Just like my channel should be the same. I don't want people to put away doing their own research in this whole topic unless they don't have time, I guess, right? I mean, everyone's got to work. Everyone's got a family to support. I get that. But that's why there are 3 sources, obviously. Dan and Wayne and myself. Those are the 3 researchers I trust. I know I keep repeating myself, but I keep hammering that for a reason so that it's getting through just how tainted this research is. There are disinfo agents galore in this. And I see names popping up in the chat and the comment section all the time. And I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm all and mighty and, you know, listen to FC and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is do your own research and look at these topics over the course of time and you will see it. I promise you. Anyone with an open mind will see it. I promise. But you got to do the work just like I did the work. And if you have doubts, if you're already there and you know you're here to listen and laugh and consume this stuff, I get it. I totally get it. Because this is how I get through. Part of me going live is it's like a therapy for me. All right? Because I can look at the chat. I have a good time. I see all of you out there chatting and expressing your feelings and your truths and sharing links and resources and all that stuff. That's what's great about the live chat and the comment section after the streams is that we can all share information together. That's awesome. That's the best part of all this, that we can be around the entire world and be able to talk with one another. How awesome is that? And this goes to being grateful, right? We should be grateful that we live in this time that we can actually do this together. The Matrix isn't all bullshit and I'm sorry. Actually, it is a lot of bullshit. But the point is that you should be thankful that we all specifically picked this time to incarnate. We pick this time to have access to the information that we do. It doesn't get much better and optimal than this for us to pick this time where we have access to all this information via the internet than now. And if you're not appreciative of that, well, I'm sorry. You're just jaded. Because you could have grown up in any other time period and not have access to any of this. Would that mean you wouldn't figure it out? I mean, not necessarily, but it'd be a lot harder. I mean, but then again, I'm basing it off of my experience. So I don't really have a right to push that on you as a listener. Like, I don't know. But please, just, why don't you like Rich? Yeah, Star God knows what's up. Yeah. Okay, let's move on.
So in the talk, he said, yeah, he promotes working with social media because what we're doing is we're taking a stream of our consciousness and we're placing it out on the web. And within a couple minutes, people can see it, and then they can either retweet it or friend it or whatever. You know, all the different social medias have different ways of repeating what this little seed of consciousness that you've put out there. And so exponentially, now for him, you know, within 5 minutes, 50 people follow him. Within 10 minutes, 500 people have followed it, for him, the exponential is huge, So I've built a long-standing relationship with a lot of social media. I've been doing this for years now, where I put my contemplations out there every day. And so I've almost maxed out my Facebook, and I think I've got 45,000 Twitter followers and stuff like that.
45,000 Twitter followers. I have, I think, on Twitter 100 and something. 100 and, I don't know, 50, 170, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with followers. But you know what's interesting? Is that Matrix narratives, you know, I know I'm going out on a limb here, David, and anyone listening to this. And I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just trying to say that, well, you know, when you have reinforcement officers present, they tend to be promoted by the Matrix. Now, does David know this? Absolutely not. Probably not. So I don't blame him. I don't blame any other NDEer. You know, David did write a book, but I know other NDEers who wrote multiple books and magically, they're, I just gotta say, bruh. Yeah, I mean, come on. Their narratives explode and all of a sudden they're getting all this new information and it's just amazing and incredible, and they develop a cult following. There's nothing sovereign about a cult following. And we just need to look out for number one, and that's you as an individual. That's me as an individual. And then we can do what we need to do for ourselves. We got to stop relying on exterior forces and distractions and attachments to get us through the night. When you really, really think about what's going on here, it's pathetic. I'm sorry. It just is. It's just sad what's going on here and how we all fall into this illusion. And I'm sorry for rambling, but I mean it. I do. But the most important thing at the end of the day is that we all do our research and prove it to ourselves as individuals. Nothing else.
That observe these contemplations on a daily basis. So I feel that this is a way, and Spirit has confirmed it for me, that this is a way that I can share some empowering and different ways. And the second book I wrote was about contemplative living. So that's kind of my give back. Thanks.
I'm glad I asked you. You know, that is wonderful, because compassionately is very difficult to be able to help others. I find that it's a hard experience dealing with myself, but that's only a small thing compared to how can you reach people and be compassionate based on how people are.
Look, Lou, I'm with you, my friend. You gotta have a level of compassion and empathy, or otherwise you're not human. That's how I look at this world. That's what divides people. Okay? And obviously the system. Because I've known a few people in my life who lack the compassion and empathy gene. But as they get older and move along in the matrix, it comes out. And that kind of links to something else that really can't be discussed, unfortunately. But then you have the ruthless, nastiest people who will take advantage of you. And that's just embedded in their programming. The key thing is to always look out for number one, and that's you.
But that's only a small thing compared to how can you reach people and be compassionate based on how people are. You know, just like pain, I relate to what you're saying about healing your own body in pain, from pain. and for me to listen to my pain and for to grow and heal with the pain. But it's not enough, like you said, to share, to help others as much as possible, but based on where the people are coming from, you know?
Yeah. And you know, sharing is the giving of yourself unconditionally is incredibly powerful when you, especially you're not looking for anything. You just want to share. The pain is kind of interesting. You bring up the pain, Lou. I still live with pain every day because
Me too.
I had to live with a broken spine for over a year before they would decide that I guess I wasn't going to die and they could actually do some corrective surgeries.
Can you believe that? He had to live with this for a year. When I hear that, David, I am so sorry. You had to live with it to a year. To what? The insurance companies approved it? This is the insanity that we live in. But it's getting better, right? The Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap field is breaking down as we speak. Boom.
That I guess I wasn't going to die and they could actually do some corrective surgeries. And so I lived with a collapsed spine for over a year. It was incredibly painful.
Love and light, baby.
And then I went through, and then when they decided to look at it, they realized that my spinal cord was being compressed down to about that big. You probably can't see that too well, but they and so they rushed me in, and I had 3 spinal surgeries within 6 weeks, and now I live with a titanium construct rebuilt spine, and it causes pain every day of my life. But what I've learned through my spirit communication is how to. I take no pain medicine whatsoever. I really, unless I do something really dumb. I'm a guy. I do stupid stuff. I push the envelope, but then I take over the counter stuff. I mean, the doctors have prescribed some really good drugs for me, but I just don't. I don't take it. I don't buy it. I don't believe in it, because I feel that through mindfulness and through
Right.
Yeah, through mindfulness and through
follow your breath.
Yeah, and what I do is I go into the pain and then I kind of encapsulate it like a bubble almost and set it aside. So it's there to remind me when I'm not behaving.
That's right.
But then I try to maintain that mindfulness because when my spine collapsed, I can't feel my hands, I can't feel my feet. And so I had to learn to walk again by learning to feel the pressure in my ankles. And when I get tired at the end of the day, like this time of day for me is a little bit hard sometimes because when I get tired, I lose that mindful focus, and so then I get a little wobbly sometimes,
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Appreciate.
Pain is a real challenge. It's something that a lot of people have to grapple with because I've observed in a number of people, if the pain gets to be so consistent in their life that it also builds fear and can really, really, really turn their life into a downward spiral. So keeping a handle on it.
Complex.
Yeah, it's complex. It sucks. Okay. It's part of the human experience, right? If I don't want to get too personal, but what I've dealt with in the last 12 to 15 years with Lyme is miserable. Okay. It sucks to go through all of this. And people out there suffer way more than I do. And I think having ourselves just kind of minimize everything and say, oh, well, it's part of God's plan and this and that. when we are looking, I mean, I'm sorry. Let's just be honest with each other. Okay? Those who like to say, oh, well, this is God's divine creation. How dare you question it? It's a shithole. Okay? The makeup of the human body is atrocious. Okay? It has cells right in it. It says cells. It's part of the trap, okay? Pain receptors. That doesn't go away until you leave this body at the time of natural death. So, how can you explain it away? How can it be explained away except at a minimum, faulty programming? At a maximum, well, we're still working on it. We're still trying to program it.
It is very complex. Yeah.
What you do it this way, but another time not to do that, do it this way, and is constantly being mindful and understanding and constantly growing, even from now, to be able to, like after today, you're going to grow even more, and me too, and all of us, and for us to accept it, don't block ourselves up.
Yeah.
Open ourselves to everything, fear, pain, anger, and everything, and just look at it and grow with it.
Excellent, Lou. You're right. It evolves. So does your spiritual practice. Your spiritual practice has to evolve. What works today may not work next week, and so.
That's right.
Isn't that kind of like a red flag enough? I mean, your spiritual practices should be pretty thorough. But the problem is you got to weave your way in and out of all the horse shit that's in this realm in order to find you. So you'll think that like, oh my God, I finally found where I belong and I fit in. But then you kind of realize, hey, I'm within a matrix construct right now. It's a perfect little box, ready and waiting for you to fall into it. There's nothing sovereign about that. If you can fall into something so easily, it should take time and dedication on your part and my part as individuals to get there.
Pain, anger, and everything, and just look at it and grow with it.
Excellent, Lou. You're right. It evolves. So does your spiritual practice. Your spiritual practice has to evolve. What works today may not work next week, and so.
That's right.
Truth to that,
and you don't cling on what you learn. It just for the next step.
Yeah.
And the moments keep changing, and it's wow, this is amazing. And it.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's humbling and astounding all at the same time.
Dave, I'll ask you about the reaction of the doctors to remission. That's part one. And then the other part is what was the, if you can share, what that approach that you had worked out with the nun on how to solve your cancer.
Sure, that was about the pain too, the nun. My oncologist, Dr. Santo, he's no longer an oncologist, but he was amazing for me. The same thing with my spine surgeon. He was when I was cancer free within 6 months, he was quite surprised. And he wanted to do more. He wanted to do another round of chemo and radiation. And I told him no, because I know I have rights as a patient, and I can determine my own care. So I told him no. he was like, okay, but he says, you're going to come in here and see me and we're going to do follow-up tests and stuff like that. And I said, I'll do that. You know, I'm okay with that. But every time I would go see him, he would say, I don't know what you're doing, but whatever it is, keep doing it. He says, and it's kind of interesting because he was a very progressive oncologist. He used to survey his patients to see what new age techniques that they were implying, you know, because I told him everything that I was doing, and his only advice was don't break the bank. You know, don't spend so much money on your alternative therapies that you break the bank, and don't do anything that's going to, you know, counteract any medications that you're on or something like that. But it was kind of interesting because the office got to know me really well, because I have a medical file that's like, you know, it's quite thick. And when Dr. Oz wanted me on the show, because he just didn't understand how somebody with my prognosis could survive. He requested my medical records so he could vet my medical records before I came on his show. And oh my gosh, what a buzz that created in my oncology doctor's office. You know, they were just going nuts in the medical records, you know, thing about Dr. Oz called, you know, and and so I don't go there anymore because I've moved down here to Virginia Beach, and I have a great oncologist that I love down here. But they were I always had a good time when I went there because I was always very positive. And I think that that's part of, you know, going through a terminal prognosis is, you know, maintaining that attitude. So I had a great relationship with my oncologist, with my nurses. In fact, the radiation techs, when they would have me in, you know, how they do the tattoo and everything, and they would always highlight your tattoo before, you know, they do the radiation. Well, they started drawing smiley faces. And then when they understood that I was into Buddhism, one of the techs was Indian. And so she started drawing, you know, Ganesha and stuff like that, you know, on my chest and stuff while they were, you know. So yeah, we had a great relationship, and I would actually bring with me into oncology ward, you know, when they're doing infusion or in the radiation, I would bring my malas, and I had a little portable altar that I would set up beside me. And when they would bring the oncology, the infusion bags, you know, the chemotherapy, before they would hook it up to my IV, I said, I need to handle that. I need to put that in my lap, and I need to pray over it, because I needed to, you know, and so I had my little altar there. And so I would pray over my oncology fluids that they would, you know, work for the highest and most loving good for me while I was there. And they totally honored all of that. You know, because this is my treatment. I get to do what I want, you know.
I love it. Asserting yourself, saying, no, it's my treatment. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it.
For me while I was there. And they totally honored all of that. You know, because this is my treatment. I get to do what I want, you know.
That's right.
And a lot of patients don't realize that. They just give all their power to, you know, to the staff. But meanwhile, you can infuse your tradition into your treatment, you know. And I believe that helps also, because you were talking, you know, Jack, you mentioned how, you know, the intention and how you would visualize and do all of that with your prognosis, you know. And so a good, I don't think I could go to a physician or any medical group that wouldn't honor, you know, the way I want to do things. I just would. In fact, I did fire one. I fired one spine surgeon because he just couldn't buy into the way I wanted to do things. But we have that right. We're the patient, you know. So.
Oh, God forbid you stick up for yourself. Good for you, David. I love hearing that. That's right. You stand your ground and do what you need to do for you.
I totally lost track of what you asked me, though.
The second question was your
Okay. Actually, I'm sorry to cut this off, but We've gone to 3 hours and 20 minutes. This is going to be a crazy long stream. We've probably got like maybe another a little less than an hour, but I got to take a break. I'm sorry. Got to refill my water. I'm losing my voice too. I apologize, but we'll be right back. Thank you for hanging in there, and probably under 5 minutes. So see you shortly, my friends. Much love. Alrighty, my friends. Thank you for your patience and welcome back. Okay, so we are going to get back into the Q&A session of David Bennett. Let's see what happens here.
Conversation with the nun.
Oh, yeah. The nun.
You were
My angel. Yeah.
My angel.
Well, the realization that was brought at that time was this meditation, and it's in and I put it in the book, about, oh yeah, and that reminds me, Sue, you wanted to talk about Padre Pio.
Yes, I'll ask later.
Okay. But anyway, the nun, the meditation it's very simple. Basically, I was shown, it's a visualization to help me to overcome the pain. And so the visualization was of a rose, and I would visualize my heart as a rose. And then I would begin to visualize the rose opening. And as it opened, the very edges of the petals would start to shimmer and would start to shine and start to emanate this light. I'm kind of doing it while I'm talking right now. And that light would, be imbued into my body and just, and spread throughout my body, and kind of in a cleansing and yet, and allow itself to expel anything that was no longer needed, so that it could be, transformed back into the light. So it had a couple different purposes. One, it was very calming and comfort. Expel anything that was no longer needed, so that it could be, transformed back into the light. So it had a couple different purposes. One, it was very calming and comforting to do this visualization, but also it reduced the pain to the point where I didn't have to live on morphine. And so what that nun shared with me, and it was kind of interesting, because she came and all of a sudden I had this realization. And so then I talked it through with her, and that kind of anchored it into my consciousness to have this nun there to be able to talk to about this. And then she was gone. It was the nurses were like, "Are you having hallucinations now, Dave?" But she was incredibly real for me, and she was an incredible gift for me. So, I don't,
great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone else have questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. That's incredible story, Dave. So I asked about the healing glove, and also another healing episode you have in the book.
All right, I'm sorry. My mic was off. I apologize. Thank you, everybody. We'll just continue.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone else have questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. That's incredible story, Dave. So I asked about the healing glove, and also another healing episode you have in the book is the Yuan method, the energy healing method, called delete or correction. So can you share your experience with those healing methods?
I don't like the term delete or correction. I mean, just that alone is very sketchy.
The energy healing method,
Mm.
they call it delete or correction. So can you share your
Yeah.
experience with those healing methods?
Yeah. First, I'll talk about the glove. I don't normally talk about this one because it's. But my wife it was Christmas. It was because I was diagnosed with cancer in November, and by the time Christmas came, I had been going through a lot of radiation and chemo, a lot, and and it had wore me down. It wore me down to a really low point. And so my wife, and it had destroyed my immune system. So I couldn't like go out in public or anything like that. And my wife was afraid. Her family used to have these amazing Christmas celebrations. She comes from a very big family. And so they would, and all the grandkids and this and that and the other thing. And, all the little kids with their runny noses and this and that are all over you and stuff. So she was afraid to go down and have Christmas with her family and leave me alone because she was afraid she might catch something, bring it back, and without my immune system that I would get it, and could be very, very, very bad for me. So she stayed home this Christmas with me.
Ay. Well, we all know where that came from, right?
Which I really wanted her to go see her family, but because it always brightens her. But anyway, she stayed, and all of a sudden we get this phone call from a woman that we knew in the metaphysical community that we lived in, and Cindy answered the phone, and she said, "What do you know about Padre Pio?" He wasn't canonized at that point, so he was still just Padre Pio, not Saint Pio. And she talked about he, I don't know if you're all aware of Padre Pio, but he had taken on the wounds of Christ, and so he bled for more than 20 years. And he used to wear these little brown jersey gloves, and it had the fingers cut off. And it was these brown jersey gloves that to kind of hide the unsightliness of bleeding all the time. And so he had with him in Italy, he had a couple of priests. One was an American priest that was one of his caretakers. And when Padre Pio passed, the caretaker brought a pair of the gloves back to New York with him, New York City. And the way I understand it was he gave one of the gloves to a sister. Now, we think it was a sister at a church, not a blood sister. But anyway, he gave one to the sister, and she took it to the church, and she said, "I really think that this should be shared with people. This is Padre Pio's glove. It has some healing qualities to it." And so this Christmas that I was suffering, a local reporter, she was very well known in Central New York. Her son was a reporter in New York and did a story on the glove and the healing properties of it. Because what happened was the church decided, well, how can we distribute this glove, so that we get it back and forth? And so they decided that they would give it to the parking lot attendant in this underground parking lot.
That sounds like an amazing plan, right? Give it to the parking lot attendant. No offense to the parking lot attendant, but I mean, it's like this big kumbaya moment. Well, the most logical explanation is to send it to the parking lot attendant. Seriously, you got to laugh about this. It's no offense or shitting on anybody. It's just like, come on.
so that we get it back and forth. And so they decided that they would give it to the parking lot attendant in this underground parking lot, and they give it to him in his office for him to share with the congregation.
It's Scarface's parking lot.
And they give it to him in his office for him to share with the congregation and back and forth. And so the parking lot attendant, his booth used to be a shrine to Frank Sinatra. But then Padre Pio's glove came in, and so now his parking lot booth now is half shrine to Padre Pio and half shrine to Frank. And so so people would come from the congregation and request the glove when somebody was ill or something, and they would hold the glove. And so there were stories about this, and so this reporter went to write about this story, and his mother, who was a reporter in my area, requested for Christmas, could you get the glove and bring it here to Central New York? And so it just so happened that, the universe kind of lined all these things up so that the glove was in Central New York while I was at this absolute low point. And this lady that
how convenient. How convenient.
Kind of lined all these things up so that the glove was in Central New York while I was at this absolute low point. And this lady that called us knew of me and knew of my plight. And so she told Nancy, this reporter, that you should go and share this with Dave. And so this Christmas Eve, it was a Central New York blizzard. And if you don't know what a Central New York blizzard is, we get feet. We measure the snow in feet when we're in a blizzard. And so this lady comes out, and we had to direct her into the driveway with flashlights, kind of like you were in an airport or something. We had to kind of direct her because she was the only one on the road that night. And so she comes in and she parks, and she comes in and she has this little box, and she opens it up and she pulls out a folded piece of sheet, and she pulls out this brown jersey glove. And so she's talking, and now my wife had been to Padre Pio's to his cell in where he lived, and so she knew about Padre Pio. I really didn't know anything about him, and so she starts telling me about Padre Pio, and my wife holds the glove, and then I hold the glove. Now, if you remember, I told you that when the cancer ate my spine, my spine collapsed and I couldn't feel my hands or feet. And I still have trouble with that today. But when I held the glove, suddenly I could feel my hands. That was the first thing. And it startled me. And I just was holding the glove between my hands. And I just started feeling myself expanding like I would in some of my more profound meditations. I could feel myself expanding, and I could feel my heart. And it was bringing tears to my eyes. And Cindy and Nancy were talking away about Padre Pio and all this stuff. And meanwhile, I'm holding the glove. And while I'm holding it, suddenly the whole house is filled with the aura, with the scent of roses. And I mean, it was like you're walking through a rose garden in the early morning hours on a still morning, and where the dew is just dripping off the rose petals. And you could just smell this incredible, rich rose scent. And Nancy, who was carrying the glove around, she said, wow. She goes, I have been carrying that from one family to another all through the Christmas holiday here. And we've had, hints of that rose smell, but nothing like this. This is, I mean, the house was just full of that rose scent. And and with that, like I said, I felt this expansion, and suddenly I could hear spirit, because this was that low point. Was some of it was that I was having trouble maintaining that communication with spirit, and finding a way that I could, at least on a daily basis, have some communion with spirit. And this is where contemplation was born for me, actually, was because of this. And so we shared some more. Cindy felt the glove, and she felt a presence with the glove and everything. And we swapped some stories. I told her about my near-death experience, and she inquired more about my prognosis and stuff like that. And then we packed her up and everything back in the box, and we sent her on her way. But later that night, and when we put everything away, the smell, the roses, the scent, it evaporated, it disappeared. Well, later that night, I was in bed. Sleeping was, you can imagine trying to sleep with a collapsed spine, and being trussed up, from your, being, in a brace, living in a brace. It was hard sleeping, but all of a sudden, when I recalled the glove, I started to smell the roses again, and the smell of the roses was really, really thick. And I started weeping a little bit, because it just, the love, and I could sense spirit, and so I could feel spirit was close, and we started having some communion, and I was weeping a little bit, and I woke Cindy up, and she's like, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" And I said, "Can you smell the roses?" I said, it's just as thick as it was before. She goes, "I don't smell anything." And then she put her hand on my shoulder. And the minute she put her hand on my shoulder, she could smell the roses again. It was, the glove for me was kind of, like Lou and I were talking earlier. There are times in life when, when you're following your path, you're trying to do what you're supposed to do, and the universe lines things up. Like the universe brought that glove on Christmas to my house, which was a little mini miracle in itself. And then to have, it was kind of like spirit was giving me an attaboy. Okay, you're right where you're supposed to be. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do. And it was enough to totally change my attitude and bring me back up, so that I had the strength. It infused me with the strength I needed to continue going on, because there were a lot of exit points in this cancer prognosis where I could have gone home. But I knew that there was a purpose behind it. And I knew that there was, meaning for me to get past the cancer. And so what the time with Padre Pio's glove did was it helped me to get past that, and to give me the energy I needed to step forward again and get back to work with getting healing from this cancer and everything. So it was exactly what I needed, the exact moment that I needed it. Which I think a lot of times the universe provides for us in a lot of ways like that. I think it's a powerful thing, and it's very humbling that that should happen and come into your life like that. And then Sue, you mentioned something else about the another healing technique.
Yes, the Yuan, YUEN method, also called delete. It's a correction that you work with someone, they stand in your back and sending the healing energy to your spine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, I forgot about that.
It had everything to do with the glove, my friend.
Yeah, I I, after I had gotten through a lot of the healing of the cancer and everything, I thought, it's amazing how ego can creep into our lives, And so I thought, I'm like patting myself on the back going, you did a good job. You got past the cancer and this is as good as it's going to get. You're going to live with this, with all your, this was even after they did the reconstructive surgeries and I still had the pain and everything. But one thing that I had that was, that really, really got excited after all of the cancer and the clasp spine and the surgeries and all that stuff was I had a really bad bout of nervous leg syndrome.
Hey.
And which really disrupts, you cannot sleep with that when it's in a bad way. And so I had a friend who told me,
David.
well, Dave, Reverend Jane has this procedure where she can, there was a friend of his that she was able to cure of her, nervous leg syndrome. And I was like, well, I'll give it a shot, And so I went up and I knew Jane and I were friends. And I said, I hear that, you have this technique. And to tell you the truth, Sue, I don't remember how to pronounce the name of the technique. But anyway, she, that's why when you said it, I was like, huh? But it's been 20 years, So anyway, she did this technique where she goes she went behind me and I'm sitting in the chair and I'm trying not to interfere with whatever it is she's doing, this energy transfer that she's doing. I didn't want to interfere with the way I handle pain and everything. So I had released everything that, how I put my pain off to the side and stuff. I had released everything so that Jane could do this technique on me. And so she goes behind my back and and I can't see what she's doing, but I've seen her do it on other people. So I kind of had an idea. And I'm sitting there and all of a sudden I could feel my toes. I had socks. I could feel the socks on my feet. And so I'm trying to do everything I can to be quiet and not be wiggling around going, oh my God, I can feel my toes, so I'm trying to be quiet and and it's like, I'm about to jump out of the seat. I'm so excited. But she goes and she does her little technique down my spine and all the way. And all of a sudden I felt this burning energy that just went down my legs and down to my feet. And then I could feel my feet. And it was, this was a huge lesson for me. And I'll explain why in a second. But so after that, when she gets done, I jumped up and I gave her a big hug and I went around to everybody because we were at an event. And I went around to everybody telling everybody how Jane healed me, that I could feel my feet and it was such a miraculous thing. And that night I decided, well, I'm not going to take any of my medication for the, nervous leg syndrome. I'm just not going to, I'm just going to see, because I just, the energy that went down my spine and down my legs was just incredible. And I felt it had to do something. And I haven't had it's been 20 years and I have not had an issue with nervous leg syndrome since. Every once in a while I'll have a little spasm, but nothing like it used to be all the time. Anytime I would lay down, I used to have these spasms in my legs. And so, it was phenomenal, Sue. I'm telling you, it was, again, in the book I give the name of the technique and everything, but it was
yeah, I heard of that before. I was interested in that healing method. So
it's incredibly powerful. Yeah.
I didn't have anyone like you talk about it. So it's very reaffirming.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think I've heard a lot about that healing technique. But Reverend Jane out of Erie, Pennsylvania, was doing it, and boy, she was very successful with it. She had it down. So I'd have to tell you, go to the book and then you can get the, I could grab the book and look it up, but
yeah, I ordered that book. It's very magical. I heard that they can delete pain in a few minutes. Physical.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Thank you for sharing.
You know, the lesson though that it taught me was a lot of times, and it goes back to what Lou and I were talking about earlier, about asking for help.
Oh, that's the biggest problem right there. Asking for help. Right? That's the red flag. We need to have everything based in sovereignty, liberation, and non-interference. Those are the 3 core values to play it safe. Why mess with anything else? Have your intention set on those things. What's more freeing than that? And if you're wrong, if I'm wrong, all right, so what? Who cares? What is it going to do? Is the boogeyman going to appear and force you? No. But if you leave the door open to the boogeyman, well, the boogeyman's going to arrive. And there's nothing fearful about this message whatsoever. It's all about standing your ground and doing your own thing and realizing your true power. And if at the end of the day, again, everything is wrong that I'm talking about here, the light is just your best friend, and it's looking out for you every step of the way. So be it. But at least you stuck up for yourself in that moment that mattered. To give yourself the time, quote unquote, to find yourself. To not answer to matrix constructs. I very well may be wrong about all of this. Maybe some of it. But I don't think I am. Because I see the deception going on here and how this whole place is inverted. I see the deception going on in the astral. And some people like to say, oh, well, there's good entities out there. Yeah, but there's bad entities out there too. And they can cloak themselves lock, stock, and barrel. Do you deserve that? Do any of us deserve that? No. All I'm saying is stick up for yourself for once. That's it. That's the only message being conveyed here. Sovereignty, liberation, non-interference. That's it. You want to go to the light later on after you've applied that and figured out that, it's complete horse shit and it doesn't mean anything? Fine. But until then, why roll the dice? Why?
Or maybe it was Robert we were talking. I can't remember. But we about asking for help. A lot of times, especially guys, we kind of we have a hard time asking for help, and so this was a huge lesson for me that I thought I was as far along with my healing as I could possibly be. I thought I was at a plateau, and that was it. But asking Jane for that help to be able to do that technique took me beyond. She was able to help me a lot, and so many times we just don't give ourselves that opportunity to ask for help. And I see it's 9:00, so and probably Bethany's yawning over there. I'm putting everybody to sleep.
No.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I have a suggestion. Can we all meditate for just 1 minute and help each other if we wish to see the light again.
Fuck the light. I'm sorry.
That again.
I'm not meditating on the light.
Thank you, everybody, for listening to my rambles. The one thing I've learned through this whole journey is that, you know, we don't have to go looking for love. We don't have to go looking for spirit. Spirits.
But you do, David. That's the problem. This entire interview and commentary has proven that you are looking exterior to yourself. Now, it may be different when you're in a human body. I get that aspect to it. But the point is to transcend all of that and stick up for yourself and not just cave and assume that you're dealing with God or Jesus or Buddha or Muhammad or your deceased loved ones or your pets. No. Because those are the attachments which keep us here. And all we got to do is say, hey, David, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm just going to see what happens and go my own way. And if the light at the end of the tunnel is what one feels they need, fine. It's not my existence. It's not my problem. But it's clearly linked to the Earth Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap. That's what the evidence proves overwhelmingly. So why risk it? Why risk it? We deserve better. And the only approach that is logical and safe is sovereignty, liberation, and non-interference. I wish that everything was on the up and up. But the one thing this realm and this existence has proven to me is that it's not. So I'm not willing to roll the dice and take a chance and bank on the system looking out for my best interest. That's all.
There, and when we quietly open ourselves up, it's there for us to learn and allow it to guide us and throughout life. You know. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, my friends. That's going to wrap up tonight's really, really long stream. I think, yeah, we've gone over 4 hours. So, and my voice is shot. So, thank you very much to everyone who's hung around. I also want to give a big thank you to all of the subscribers, the members of the Last Timers Club, anyone who's new and just joined us. Welcome aboard. It's great to have you. And I appreciate each and every one of you. And I'd like to also send out a big thank you to Kelvin Morrison for your very kind donation over on Stripe. And if anyone would like to join the Last Timers Club, we will be having our monthly members live stream on Sunday, July 31st at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And just to give you a heads up on that, I live in Florida and we are dealing with insane storms. I almost didn't get online tonight. We lost our power 3 times. So I am scheduling next Sunday for 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, July 31st. But it may end up being that I have to delay it. So I did buy a backup battery a few months back and have been buying things to improve the overall functionality of the channel for quite a while now. But hopefully things will go off without a hitch. But I just want to let you know that I will always send out updates, and the link that will be provided very shortly in the members community tab will also reflect that, and I will send out updates if on the day of the 31st things are a little crazy here. And I also have a Stripe account. If you're interested in donating to the channel, feel free, but I understand we are also in difficult times, and with inflation running rampant, I never want anyone to donate to the channel unless they are able to afford to do so. And I also have 2 YouTube backup channels. I have a mailing list I just set up, but the YouTube backup channels are important just in case something should ever happen here. It's a way for us to stay in touch, as is the mailing list. I have more control of the mailing list than anything else. So please feel free to subscribe to that. I'm going to pop this into the chat right now. And what it'll do is serve as a way for us to stay in touch with one another. And also, as the website updates come out and we're closer to release time of the site, you'll also get messages there. But I'm not going to bug the crap out of you, but feel free to join that if you want. I just posted the link in the chat. I also have a Twitch where we've been multi-streaming the entire night. And if you'd like to follow us over on Twitch, that would be great. I've been doing some video game streams over there, some exclusive streams. And I also have an ODYSEE account, a Instagram, and a Twitter where I post notifications usually about an hour before the stream, sometimes a few hours depending, or even a day or so if things are planned out properly, which I'm not really good with. But yeah, feel free to follow me on all those. Anyways, that's all the garbage for tonight. I am really tired, but I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you, Michael, so much for the super chat. Michael says, much love, brother. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. And I do see the poll. I just want to end this right now. So we had 62 votes. And the question was, do you like the new approach with the sound effects? Doesn't look so good. 55% say yes, keep it going. And 26% say maybe, let's see what happens. And then 19% says no, it's pissing me off. So, yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, I got the Stream Deck to try and throw some fire into the streams. and make it a little more funnier, and but you know, maybe it isn't. Maybe it's not connecting. So the most important thing is that the information is getting through to those that are new and recently came across the Soul Trap. So, yeah, I'll have to kind of reflect on this, but I appreciate each and every one of you who voted tonight, and I will see you all again real soon. I appreciate each and every one of you. Much love and blessings. Probably see you tomorrow, actually. So, nobody's going to be getting beckoned to the light up in here. All right.